Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please keep your smartphones on silent mode. Thank you very much. Welcome to the seminar, Governance Perspective Seminar, Anticipatory Governance and a Pact for Sustainable Future. It occurs on the 12th meeting of Regional Councilor of Planning of Latin America and Caribbean and the 90th Conference of Ministries and Leaders of Planning of Latin America and Caribbean, organized by the Economic Committee for Latin America and Caribbean, CEPAL, through IBIS and in partnership with the Ministry of Planning and Budget through CEPLAN. Ladies and gentlemen, the Latin American Institute of Planning, created in 1962 to support the governments of the Latin America and Caribbean, topics about planning and public management, a permanent organization with identity and is part of the Economic Committee for Latin America and Caribbean. During decades of 60s and 80s, UPS had this fundamental role supporting the design of the planning strategies of the countries of Latin America and Caribbean. Since the 90s, when the public institutions and many of those countries had secretariats and ministries that propose and execute programs of planning and public management, UPS, along with CEPAL, gave focus to the activities of capacity building of managers, advisory, and research related to the proposal of regional public policies, UPS, for its working count of the Regional Councilor of Planning and the Board of Directors, while it has as its functions program activities of common interests for the members, promote exchange of experiences in planning and policies, establish general rules, propose agenda and the work plan of UPS, monitoring the mechanisms of finance of UPS, and also ensure deliverables and appreciation of the reports of activities developed by UPS. In 2025, Brazil, through the Ministry of Planning and Budget, have the honor to host the 20th meeting of the Regional Councilor of Planning from Latin America and Caribbean and the 90th Conference of Ministries and Heads of Planning of Latin America and Caribbean. These events count on the support of the Inter-American Bank of Development and Banco do Brasil that kindly gave these facilities to the seminars and meetings. We would like to register our thanks to the organizers of IDB and Banco do Brasil that support us on this event. The meetings, the current meetings of these years of CRP are hosted by the Seminar of Foresight and Pact for a Sustainable Future and Inclusive Future. This agenda of this journey will have two debates that talks about the challenges for Latin America and Caribbean through technological transformation, environmental and social transformation. The society needs to respond the challenge of the 21st century without taking into consideration the historical attempts, the low economic growth, inequalities, and institutional fragilities. To build a prosperous future, sustainable and inclusive, it's essential to anticipate change and prepare strategic response to the emergent scenarios. In this context, the foresight governance and strategic governance consolidate as essential tools for the strength or capacity building of the governments and societies to imagine, plan, and act with a long-term view. Those practices allow not only to anticipate risks, but also identify opportunities and build public policies for more consistent public policies for the future challenges. CEPAL focuses the urgency to strengthen technical capacities as a base to transform public action and respond to the challenges of the development. Those capacities allow to improve the framework and deployment of policies, strength, strategical make decisions, foster dialogue and agreement of long term, and anticipate the change that will affect society and economics of the region. The objective of this conference is to share experience, lessons learned, and best practice that will allow the countries of the region to deploy foresight governance and face to the future as a part of the state action. International experience and regional ones show the value to count with the state framework linked related to the future that promotes innovation and political consensus. This effort is aligned with the Agenda 2030 objectives of sustainable goals that propose the renewal of collective commitments for a fair development centered on people. Foresight governance is not only a technical tool, it's also a policy commitment for the future generations to ensure a fair future, productive, sustainable, and also inclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our activities, we invite to the opening session of this event Mr. Márcio Luiz de Albuquerque Oliveira, Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Planning and Budget of Brazil. Mr. Rodrigo Távio Lopes Neto, Manager of Solutions of Directory of the Government of Banco do Brasil. Also invite the expert of the Inter-American Bank of Development, Mr. José Luiz Rossi. Ms. Carly Diego Fonseca, Coordinator, Spanish Cooperation Office for the Southern Cone, Spanish Agents for International Development Cooperation. And also Mr. Javier Medina Vasquez, Deputy Executive Secretary, AI Economic Commission for Latin America and Caribbean. Please, you can take your seats. To have the floor now, Mr. Marcos Luiz de Albuquerque. You can use this mic or the... Eu falo isso? Não, tipo, pode usar o microfone da mão ou o microfone do... Não. Usa o microfone da sua mão. Ai, gente, eu não sei. Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to host this journey, that Foresight UPS meeting I would like to greet my colleagues from this opening session, Ms. Carmen, Mr. Javier, Rodrigo from Banco do Brasil. I would like to thank Tassiana to have us, Rossi, Anete, IDB always present on our events and supporting us, André, people that are always with us in these activities in Brazil, and take us to know other countries from Latin America and Caribbean. Thank you so much. In behalf of Minister Simone Tebet, we are hosting this event, and I would like to bring to you a little bit of what is Brazil in the governance, participative governance. On the latest 3 years, Brazil returned with this social participation in the main process of the make decision processes and to rebuild the future of the country. In 23, we had this law that's about planning in a more participative way. We had more than 8,000 proposals of the society, in which 60% were fully absorbed in the plan. We also have participation of 37 ministries. Brazil has an executive branch that compounds the ministry since the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Racial Equality, passing through traditional people. Those are ministries that has cross-cutting policies. After this medium-term work, in August of last year, we started the proposal of long-term in the country. We call Brazil Strategy 2050. Secretary Virginia will talk about it during this event. I just would like to mention that if you want to know what Brazil is planning for the next 25 years, mainly Latin American Caribbean, we'll have an idea where we are focusing. That's a long-term planning that's important. So the country could incentivize the investments and show those investments to build a more fair country. For you to have an idea, on this platform called Participative Brazil, where we had this work, we got over 154,000 access with more than 100,000 proposals. So parallel to that, we got dialogues of 250 participants, experts that came from the 5 regions of the country. The planning part in middle, average, and long-term planning. On the budget point of view, Brazil is on the budget transparency, showing to the world, and the Budget Partnership Institute research, Brazil has 80 as a score. Us and Mexico from Latin America and Caribbean are the countries that had the highest score. And the latest research was in 2023 with data of 2022. So the next research will capture this work that was done for the current administration. So we believe that the 7th position between 125 countries could be improved. And beside it, the budget took this budget panel where society can join and to have an interactive tool that offer an overview of the main numbers of the budget execution and the implementation of the budget with indicators of the project of the budget law and the creation of the website, the Ministry of Planning website, where it has data about expenses in open source used by researchers, academia, like our system Python. It was an achievement on the part of planning and budget. And another program called Citizen Budget. So we issue this report that each year has innovation and allow the citizens to understand how the budget is deployed. Another point that we need to recognize is the dimension of the budget monitoring. Brazil overcome 80 points. We got 83 points in this research. In this sense, the administration had the sixth place. So those are the internal and external control bodies, the Court of Accounts and the Budget Court of Brazil. And by ranking, it took Brazil to the sixth position. Of course, that about social participation, when we talk in 2022, it didn't have the advance that were made with the laws of budget, PPA and LDO. That's why we achieve a median score. We were in average between the countries. But we have proposals that are going on the pathway to improve and be like Dominican Republic. Is there anyone from Dominican Republic? But they were evaluated and they are a reference. We can discuss that here on this event. And to finish, we think that we have a lot to be done. We still have a lot of improvements. So we are closer to achieve an objective on the planning of budget and planning to invest resource and programs which the results support the necessities and the demands of the society. So I finish and I welcome you. And I hope that you have an excellent event. Let's get together. The National Secretary of Planning of the Ministry of Planning and Budget in this journey. Welcome. The ones that don't know Brasilia will have the opportunity to know, to go around this beautiful city. And welcome again to this encounter. Thank you very much.
Now we invite for your salute the manager of solution and the director of the government of Banco do Brasil, Mr. Rodrigo Otávio Lopes Neves. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to greet Mr. Carmen Diego, and she's the coordinator of the Spanish coordination of Office of Southern Kern, and greet also the other inviters here. It's an honor to be here and as a host of the Council of Latin America, organized by the Institute of Latin American and Caribbean social programs and the Ministry of Budget. This is a unique opportunity to be discussing crucial topics for the future of a region. The topic journey about for the impact the journey for forecasting anticipatory governance and the Pact of Productive, Sustainable, and Inclusive Future allowed us to have new challenges to promote a governance to be inclusive. And we live in a world that we are in transformation, where the social and economic change and environmental demand us an adaptation and innovation without precedent. The foresight as a tool allowed us to see different future scenarios and prepare ourselves for them in a strategic way. It's fundamental that we use this approach to build a future that will be productive, sustainable, and inclusive for everyone. The Banco do Brasil was elected as the most sustainable bank all over the world for 6th time for the Canadian Corporate Night. It has been implementing a lot of actions that for the sustainability, like the credit concession for renewable and the renewable agriculture. We have other programs like blockchain and AI to improve the operation system and then offer a system more secure and accessible, besides programs to access the credits for the populations that are vulnerable and small companies. Those actions demonstrate the commitment of Banco do Brasil with the sustainability and the building of a productive future, sustainable and inclusive. The anticipatory governance is fundamental for our bank that adopt transparency practice and social responsibility and in their operations. Our institution wants to be one step ahead and mitigating the risks, besides promoting the active participation of stakeholders in their decisions. And here I highlight and congratulate the planning that is more participative in Brazil. Congratulations the team of the Ministry of Planning that is led by Secretary Regina. To conclude, the Pact for the Productive Future and Sustainable and is a collective act. We have to get our country's civil societies and academia to promote the development that respect the challenge, that guarantee the opportunities for everyone. Only like this we can build a Latin American and Caribbean more just and prospered. I highlighted the partnership in the of Banco do Brasil and Ministry of Planning that are being fundamental for the execution of strategic public policies and a strengthening of the governmental strategy with the integrated actions of the sustainability, financial inclusion. Banco do Brasil reaffirms their commitment, recognizing internationally by their experiences and excellences and practice SG. Banco do Brasil, it's the biggest partner in this part. We offered a lot of opportunities aligned with the government of Brazil. I thank you all for the presence and for the opportunity to be host of this meeting. I wish you all a productive and inspiring meeting. On behalf of Banco do Brasil, thank you very much. Now we have this floor, José Luiz Rossi, economist, Inter-America Development Bank, IDB, in Brazil. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to apologize. Unfortunately, the representative of IBD in Brazil couldn't be here today. She has to be in Washington, so she couldn't be here. She would love to be here. She asked for me to speak on her behalf, and other members of the panel. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure discuss, and it's an honor for us to start this event and reunite all of these specialists in this field on a planning, strengthening a plan of the public management in our region. We highlighted that in the last years, IELPS and also IBD has been working for the strengthening of the on the South American. This is something very important. As has already been said, we'd like to highlight that each time it's more important in this world that it has been passing for important transformations. And over here, I'm gonna align with this institutional strategy of IDB and our strategy as a country for Brazil. The three tendencies that are huge today, that is the need of the strengthening of this capability of public management. First of all, the climate changing, the green revolution that brings for the region a lot of risks, but also opportunities of development that should be explored, the challenges for our cities, for them to be prepared for this huge events. The probability of climate events is something very important that we should work on it. The technological shock that bring risks and a point of view of our task force, that unfortunately they're not ready for this revolution, but also has some other opportunities for the point of view of digital government, but also for the use and to bring more efficiency in these public policies, and through that improve and bring a new social agenda to reduce the poverty and inequalities. And for the last one, the demographic change that the region has been passing and is gonna pass, and it's gonna bring a lot of new challenges as a point of view of planning. So I'd like to highlight this importance that IDB has been bringing in their documents as the collective work. I'd like to congratulate the Ministry of Planning that in the last years has been improving, and our planning of long and the medium and long term for all over the country. And I believe it is a pleasure, an honor that IBD has been working with the ministry in the elaboration of the annual plan, or the Brazil plan, and the process of review of spending, all of them very important of the point of view of planning. And I also highlighted there is a lot of things to come. We are looking for other countries to have an experiences that is going to be very grateful in listening to the experiences of all of the other countries of the region, for us to together work for a better long-term planning for our country and all with all of the countries of the region. So thank you very much, and that we have a productive week. Thank you very much. Now we invite to have the floor Carmen Diego Fonseca, Coordinator of Spanish Cooperation Office for the Southern Cone, for Spanish Agents for International Development Cooperation. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here in Brasilia. It's the first time that I'm here, and since I arrived, I have a warm welcome. First of all, I'd like to thank CEPAL and IBD and ILPs for this meeting exchange. Thank you very much, Javier and Valeria. I'd like to thank for the effort for these activities. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you also for the host, for the presidents of IBD, for having us here, and all of the Brazilian institutions of the region that in those days are gonna share our experiences. We're gonna share knowledge for us to keep growing and in driving this development agenda. sustainability agenda. Events like these are very important for us to have in our agenda. The value of innovation, the value of the governance, the collaborative governance, and the participative for to work in this challenge of the development that are very complex of because of the transformation of these institutions. And in a citizenship point of view, those challenges call all of the institutions to put ourselves to put on the table important topics that we're gonna see through those days. Events like politics, dialogues of multi-factors and co-creation of policies of long term. And those are very important elements to approach this challenge of development. And of course, how to drive since the center level where we drive the participation of factors like academies, research, and civil society. And also the value of innovation. I'm crazy about innovation, and I can see here a lot of important actors of this region, of the Chile laboratory from CLAV. I don't like to our Guatemala friends. I believe that innovation is essential to generate more agile actions and connecting above all. I'd like to highlight that and also thank the National School of Brazil that celebrated those days the week of innovation and one of the biggest encounter of innovation in South America and Latin America and Caribbean. And for that, for us to be present here and participate of this great encounter and be talking about the dialogues of different factors and about the challenges of the concessions and solutions of different factors in development. I'm gonna be here those days in these events, and I'd like sentences that talk about the citizenship and the planet. I believe the care topic is a transversal that is present in a planning agenda and development, and we also have in the human rights and the intercultural culture and the focus on taking care of the innovation agenda of ENAP. And it's very important of all that we do, and we like to wish a success in these 3 days, and it's gonna be a space to share and generate new networks that should be sustainable and that we could keep crossing this sustainable agenda and inclusive for the cooperation of Spanish as agenda of cooperation for the development and the commitment of multilateralism, and we have a support that we are gonna and that we announce in Sevilla meeting, and you can count on us for us to have different instruments of cooperation with the centers of information through all of the Latin American and Caribbean. We have an agenda of India, of Colombia and Uruguay, that we have a space of dialogues and encounters and meetings and policies. And we invite you all for us to get close in the centers and have more dialogues and like to use this opportunity to show the care that we have with you all, and we invite you all for the meetings, and thank you very much. Now we invite to Javier Mendinis, Deputy Executive Secretary of Economic Communities for Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning, everyone. Authorities of Brazil, representative of the internationals of and this, and on behalf of Secretary, is an honor to relevance and the persistence of this reflection convening and the proud of coming regional planning council. From this context that we have, this formations, I'm gonna talk about the perspective of the participatory governance for the situations that we have been living in, and I'm gonna conclude with the academic of this journey. First of all, the development traps and the management of transformation. Latin American and Caribbean are the decision moments in their development trajectory, and the current environment poses new challenges. It also opens opportunities to move toward more productive, inclusive, and sustainable development path with the framework that was aspiring as the fourth of the Pact of the Future adopted by the United Nations in 2024. The Economic Commission of Latin America and Caribbean has conceptualized these constants, these structures, not cycling development traps. Low growth capacity and low productive, high equality, low social mobility and weak social collections, and low introductions capacity and infinitive governance. This last one is very important for this journey. The third trap restricts the effective of public policies, their community over time, and their ability to adapt to changing contexts because of its cross-county nature. It limits the transformations of potentials of countries and all of the regions that hide these changes necessary to overcome the other two traps. Escaping these development traps cannot rely solely on the economic adjustments. It may be grounded in the profound transformation of state capacity. ECLA's proposal focus on the simultaneous management of productive, social, and institutional transformation. To achieve this, is essential to develop a synergy top the capacities that's technical operations, political and perspective that enable leaders to institutions to navigate and complexities, uncertainty, and in interconnections of contemporary crises. The role of the foresight is in anticipatory governances. We have the technical capabilities. They allow for the diagnosis of the past and present. However, without foresight, they become a spotlight analysis of inertia, unable to design a path through the design future. Operational capacities allowed for efficiently managing current situation, yet without foresight, resilience remains adaptive, able to withstand shocks rather than strategic. Political capacity enables winning eliminations management urgency, but without foresight, consensus focus on short term against unable to mobilize actors to bear the cost of long term transformations. Perspective capacity is the master capacity of managing complexity. It is the lens of giving strategy meaning to the other three. Anticipatory International anticipatory governance is the institutional framework that gradually sustainably enable foresight in public actions. Foresight is the only instrument capable of giving an effective voice to the future generation. Anticipatory governance is transplant these technical principles into concrete policies, integrated the explorations of the decision making of states. According to we can active when we have a public policies that trapped ourselves through this for the less effective governances. The strategic orientation of the event is the context today. The session seeks to explore essential elements of this debate. It will First of all, we will present a state of act of international experiences of frontier force and systems, identifying the strength and weakness of best practice. In the second one, we'll then address the specific experiences of Latin America and Caribbean, including Brazil until 2050 strategy, the implementation of the Pacto of the Future, and the international commitments of sustainable development. Finally, it aimed to foster the critical analysis of lessons learned and key factors for implementation foresight actors of the future. With these frameworks, which the session seeks to depend under around three key ideas. First, escaping the vicious circles of three development traps depends on a state with top capacities, where foresight as the strategy integrator. Second, the Knowledge Alliance of ECLAS will propose the Regional Planning Council is vital to closing the cognitive and knowledge gaps, enabling public officials in the region to acquire the top. The third is the center challenge is to transform foresight from an academic discipline of exploration into active engine for constructive desired futures. The imperative is that the foresight effectively becomes a driver of innovation, enabling Latin American and Caribbean to achieve sustainable development grounded in international justice and democratic resilience. Thank you very much and welcome once again.
Right now, we undo the opening device, thanking the authorities that compound the panel. Thank you very much.
Senhoras,
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the Magister keynote lecture with the topic is Strategic Foresights, the National Experience and Implications for the Future. So we invite Ms. Catarina Zartitulli, Managing Director, School for International Future of the United Kingdom. Ms. Catarina, welcome. You have the floor. Socorro. Ah, não. É aqui. Good morning. I won't speak in Portuguese. Unfortunately, my keynote will be in English. I would like to speak with you in Portuguese or Spanish, but the words are a little bit hard for me.
So, is this working okay with the translation? Yes, fantastic. Okay. I wanted to take the microphone because I'm going to be talking with you about something really important, and I wanted to keep you active and energized over the next 40 minutes as we discuss something very important. I'd like to say thank you to the hosts and yourselves for inviting me to talk about such an important and urgent issue, and our panelists who just came beforehand set the agenda very nicely, the challenge that now we are policymakers who are, before we were working with foresight because that was a nice to have, and now it's an existential issue for democracy and policymaking. And I'd particularly like to thank CEPAL for inviting me, because it was in 2014 that I came to my first CEPAL Foresight Conference. And I learned a lot about transversal and participatory approaches from the Dominican Republic, from Colombia, that was already being discussed then. And 11 years later, we are now at the position that we were discussing before, which is the long term is now the short term and urgent. So I am going to focus my remarks on what does the foresight agenda need to be in order to meet the moment. I don't think, it's my hypothesis, that you probably do not want me to talk about trends or scenarios or signals of change or backcasting. You have heard about that enough. What I think we need is a clarity about what is an agenda for foresight that is active, a whole of society, and provides a hopeful future. So, if there's nothing else that you actually take from my remarks, I hope that you take these 4 key messages that I'm going to give you now. Firstly is that foresight has always been about a technical means to an end. We need to reframe the conversation about doing foresight in service of current and future generations and to create a society that is intergenerationally fair. Second is that we need to see foresight as an activity, a mindset, something that we do together as a project, but most importantly, it's a system-level, whole-of-society capacity, and how we do that in a way that is consistent and durable is a key question that we need to understand. Thirdly, the reason why people are coming to foresight is because they have sectors and organizations that they want to transform into the future. So it is very important as a practice that we do not let ourselves be co-opted by the present and let our work be performative instead of transformative. And the 4th point I want to underline is that the past 10 years has shown an incredible growth in global practices from around the world. We must learn from these many new methods and people, and we must learn how to act regionally, because that is the power. So you can now go to sleep if you want. But my story that I'm going to take you through over the next 40 minutes is we're going to look at the why. So why is the long term urgent now, and why is the Pact of the Future, and in particular the Declaration of Future Generations, so important? Then we're going to go into the what. What is a foresight practice that will, what are the ingredients of that help us in the moment that we are in? And then we will go into the how. Let's learn from many inspiring examples and innovations from around the world. And then right at the end, I will leave you with some now what and so what, some practical thoughts on what to do. But first of all, I want to quickly introduce myself because I am not a futurist, actually. I come from the policy and government background. So and I'm not a technologist either. There it is. So I came from policy making. I was in the Prime Minister's Strategy Unit under Tony Blair in the UK government and in the Foreign Office. So my experience there was that there is no lack of opinions or insight about the future. What there is a difficulty in connecting that to decision making, especially busy leaders, institutionalizing it, and connecting it to citizens. And I have many scars on my back from failing to do these things. And that is what I was most passionate about setting up the School of International Futures 15 years ago, which is how to make this stick and how to connect this to communities, because the power of having conversations about the future is a deeply political act that all communities should be able to hold. So we are an organization that does advisory work globally. We host a network, including 1,500 young foresight practitioners in 100 countries around the world, who are the next generation. And we collect knowledge and insights about what works for advocacy and also to build future generations' movements. So although we are 40 people globally, we have 6,000 in the community, and it's their story that I'm here to tell. Does that sound good? Okay, right. So let's look at I'm juggling, 1 second. Let's look at why foresight is such a critical capability now, and why is it such an important time to act. So the interesting thing is that this moment, it has been predictable, right? So it's uncertain, it's turbulent, it's volatile. However, you look at Jim Data's 5 drivers. This is a generational model. These are the 5 drivers that actually shape our environment 25 years or more out. You've got environment, and we've now hit our 7 planetary boundary, all very predictable. We have demography shaping us, and again, these are all very predictable. The number of children dying young is going down. The number of children that women have to have is going down. People are living longer. This is all really good things. However, it obviously has implications that we can map out. And one of the biggest ones that I don't think we've got our heads around is the fact that in the world, we now have gone from, in the 1945, about 2.5 generations alive at any one time. For the whole of humanity up until that point, in the mid-1900s, we had 2.5 generations alive, children, adults, and a few elders. Now, we have 4 generations alive at any one time. Our political and social infrastructure is not used to thinking about redistribution between that many. So it's worth thinking about, but predictable. So these are some of the big drivers driving change, and in fact, what you've got, including with technology, whether it's space, whether it's AI, whether it's synthetic biology, these are long-standing expected changes that are hitting now. But the question is, we don't know how they're going to play out, and we have failed to act on the foresight that we had. We have 2-tier employment contracts, gold-plated contracts, and precarious ones. We have greater social care and pension costs. We have less workers and less tax revenue. We have public services like health and education that are not fit for the purpose. We have a new race for primary commodities as we go to a post-carbon economy. And we have the security costs of turbulence, where we are beginning to turn inwards to manage social cohesion issues. And so although the story of the last 70 years has been one of progress, we now feel as if we are in a moment of polycrisis, and it feels overwhelming. So there are 2 things that are clear. Firstly is that the impacts are being felt differently by different generations. Now, this is climate. The life of a great-grandfather in terms of climate experience is going to be very different to their great-grandson. And you can see that for jobs, where AI is affecting younger people more, and housing and other things. The second observation is that the current governance structures are no longer addressing the kind of issues that we're facing. We're in a short-term loop, and current democratic processes are not able to deal with these intergenerational issues. And so what we have is, whether it's citizens and even the most stable are calling for change. This is something that we actually just did in the UK, which is the select committee heads saying the inability to look at the long term is now an existential threat to democracy. So, however, you don't need to look at the the slide. There's a lot of information here, and I will share it with you afterwards. However, there are lots of innovations happening globally. What I want you to take away from this slide is that you have the long-standing champions like New Zealand, Singapore, Finland, doing futures work, but also new ones like Dubai, but also Cambodia and Sudan even. And you see a pattern across the world. It doesn't matter if you're poor, rich, young, old, landlocked, or small island state. All countries are beginning to innovate, and whether it's parliament, whether it's treasury, whether it's citizens. And so the interesting thing is that each country does it for a different reason. If you are Lithuania, you are very concerned about security on your border. If you are Kenya, you are very interested about how you bring your Generation Z in and manage your debt crisis with China. If you are in New Zealand, there is an issue around the Maori population becoming larger than the white settler population. So there are reasons why in each country to do this. And what happened was that last September was a historic moment for all of these innovations to come together. There was the Pact of the Future that was signed, and as part of that, the Declaration on Future Generations. A quick question: how many of you have heard of the Declaration on Future Generations? Please put your hand up. Excellent. So I'm eyeballing it, that's about 50%. Can you keep your hand up? And then how many of you know what's inside it, more or less? Also, excellent, fantastic. So I'll do a quick summary. Effectively, this declaration establishes a norm for long-term governance, and considering all governments who signed up to it unanimously should consider the interests of current and future generations when they're making decisions. I'd like to bring your attention to Article 28. If we just did that article alone, it is a commitment to design, implement, and assess policies with a view to the long term and future generations. And a special envoy is going to be appointed by the UN Secretary General to lead this endeavor and help us work globally. And in 2028, we are going to come together and review how well we have done. And just highlighting, these are the kinds of measures in the declaration. So it's about anticipation, it is about intergenerational solidarity, evidence-based impact assessments, a whole of society approach, and getting scientific evidence, but also indigenous and personal knowledge into this process. And of course, the thing to importantly note is that declarations are only important if they lead to action. And what was great was to see Parlamérica, hosted by the Uruguayan Parliamentary Futures Committee, convene parliamentarians from 19 countries across Latin America to create 4 months ago the Montevideo Declaration on Legislating for the Future, that talks about integrating into democracy, assessments on legislation, and addressing existential risk. So the interesting question is, how can the declaration turbocharge people like you, who are the innovators? And we're now going to explore next what to do and how to take this forward. But first of all, I wanted to recap and ask you to close your eyes and reflect. What are the specific intergenerational tensions in your country? How does it manifest? Is it housing? Is it curriculum? Are people worried about the conflict because of mineral extractions? What are the one or two key things in your country, and how could foresight unlock them? So just keep that and we'll pick that up later. So let's now talk about what is a foresight practice that can help. I'm going to recap this for you because I imagine, especially after the panel, many of you already have a strong grounding of what foresight is. But foresight is particularly useful for decision making in times of turbulence because it is a systematic process of looking into the future along different time horizons and then looking at alternative possibilities and understanding the so what for today. So very useful, helping you navigate uncertainty. And as people have already mentioned, there are 3 benefits. You come together to shape your future, the future that you desire and manifest, but you can also be prepared for things that you can't control. You're an environment shaper and an environment taker. But the act of actually doing this actually means that what you do is you build the muscle, you build the culture and the capability to look long term. So that's the real benefit. But the interesting thing is that you as leaders, you are telling a story of your organization or of your country or of your community that goes from the past, the present, and into the future. And in doing that, and this is from a book that I'm writing that is coming out next year, so look out for it, it is very important to think of what kind of way are you engaging with the future? What kind of leader? Are you a sailor who is embarking over uncertain seas to a destination using the stars as navigation? Are you thinking of engaging with the future and your organization as a gardener? So you are fostering biodiversity and an ecosystem of birds and bees, but also working with the seasons that are cyclical and planting seeds? Are you a jester who is bringing fun and energy, but also speaking truth to power, challenging the status quo, and being a little anarchic, because after all, the future is a story that you are telling yourself in the present. It's just all up here. Or are you a weaver that weaves all the threads? In Maori community, they say that we are walking backwards into the future, weaving the threads of the world around us, including our ancestors. So, by the way, who relates to the sailor archetype? Put your hands up. Who really relates to the sailor? Okay. Who particularly relates to the gardener? The gardener, nurturing. Who relates to the jester? Oh, fantastic. We'll come to you. And as we go into a more complex and uncertain world, the trick will be to take on these different archetypes and use them at different times. And so this is a slide from Bill Sharp from 3 Horizons, and I think it's an extremely powerful one for the foresight field. Because it says that we are now in a moment of pathways. We have high agency over the future, and we have high uncertainty. So the old methods or standard methods like scenario planning, forecasts, roadmaps are useful, but what we need is methods that can help us through systems that are changing. The humanitarian space is changing, schools are changing, jobs and what it means to be a service economy is changing. The nuclear counter-proliferation sector is changing. So in many organizations, we are actually looking at a job of transformation, not at maintenance. And so foresight for that is very important. And we talk about foresight, we teach foresight at these 3 levels. As a mindset, futures literacy, as an intervention, a project that you do with others, like a strategic planning project or something 2050, or looking at the future of cooperation. But, and much more importantly, for this systems change moment, it is also something that you do at the systems level. And the futures space has not always been great at codifying what works at that systems level. And so we, in terms of anticipatory governance, we haven't always been able to stick at the innovations that we've developed. And that is what we have been really looking at, is how to codify what works, what can we learn from all these countries that we work with, what can we learn in advance of the Declaration on Future Generations. We pulled together a research project of 50 countries to say what really works in your organizations to create future-oriented policy mix at a systemic level. What works in terms of building anticipatory curriculum for governments and for big organizations. And we also have built on knowledge which comes from piloting and developing new kind of products with different governments around the world. For example, national strategies for next generations, doing national plannings with young people and old people, or doing intergenerational fairness assessments. And if you do all of that together and you look at all these many different innovations that have happened, you come to the conclusion that there are very few countries that manage to do this systematically very well. And you have this pendulum swing after 3 years, which gave me my scars on my back. But also, those that do have got two really interesting features. And we boiled that down into a framework. So the countries and organizations that do this in a durable way, you have the technical capability on the left-hand side to look at what are the drivers, the scenarios, the signals of change. You need those units to do that work. You then need to engage with civil society, including academia and business, not just from a legitimacy perspective, but also because they are the ones who actually can see around the corner more powerfully how AI is going to affect society. And then we also need to work with leaders, not just because they are the ones that tell the story with citizens why the long term is important, but because leaders will defect to the present unless they are supported to take the longer term and the interests of future generations into account. So that is the insight, and the second insight is that you can't do them separately. You need to do them together. So obviously we know lots. You set up a unit in government and it can go after 3 or 5 years. But also you have political leaders, for example, the Cayman's Prime Minister formally, or the Minister of Finance in Australia, who say, I'm going to do a well-being budget for the long term, and they didn't have support from either civil society or their officials, and that endeavor fell apart. So the key is to how do you build a coalition of early adopters across that prism. And a good example that is a powerful one to look at is Wales, that tells that story most beautifully. It's the 10th anniversary of their legislation. They introduced in 2015 a duty, a Well-Being of Future Generations Act, which has resulted in curriculum change, new jobs, infrastructure change, supporting the environment. And what they did was they put in legislation 7 goals for the future that they want, and 5 ways of working, which include prevention, long-term participation. The interesting thing is that those goals were based on a national dialogue. So across the country, people said, what is the country I want to leave for my children and my children's children? And that got put into law, and there's a commissioner, a Future Generations Commissioner, whose role it is to scrutinize, support, and review, because all public bodies have that duty, that they need to make sure that they meet today's needs without compromising the future. There are also other links. The Auditor General is the other institutional anchor, the Senate Budget Committee, and also many other public bodies across, whether it's local authorities, even the Football Association, and many community groups and youth groups all connect into that. So, the interesting thing as well is to look at another country who is now on its journey. So Kenya for 20 years has done some quite interesting futures work within government and also in civil society. But it's been atomized, and now they are in a situation where 25% of public expenditure is being paid to the Chinese for debt. They are cutting investment in primary and secondary schools as a result, and there are issues around AI and sustainable livelihoods that they want to move up the value chain, but they fear instead they're just going to lose jobs. So senators in the government decided to come together and set up a caucus of the future in the Senate. They come from 5 different parties. It is a cross-party coalition, and they have 6 agendas that they're working on. They scrutinize legislation for intergenerational fairness. There is a constitutional duty in the Kenyan constitution to spend money in a way that is intergenerationally fair, but it's not done. In fact, about 50% of our constitutions and our governance mechanisms have got duties of some kind, but the problem is there's no institutional hook or center. So they have decided that they are going to be the institutional hold for that duty, and they also have a role working with counties, the local level, so they are doing, in their 5-year planning process, looking out 20 years with young people as part of that. So that's how it's kind of, so just to, let's say, if you then, again, I'm going to invite you to close your eyes, mentally think of the prism, technical people, citizens, leaders. If you applied the prism to your country, where is there most energy? And where are the gaps? And perhaps write that down as well, because we can return to that. Have you got some ideas? Where are there things that's already happening that you could lean into? Where are there big gaps? So we did this in Finland. We've actually done this in quite a few countries, including Ukraine, which was very interesting, because that's an example of a country that is dealing with the short term, as a bit like Sudan, and still sees the value in preparing itself for future generations. But here in Finland, which is one of the countries that is most advanced, they basically did that, and they identified what we really need is, within the technical staff, we need to connect it to fiscal planning and risk more explicitly. We need to actually build capability amongst citizens around futures literacy and having dialogues. And then we need legislation as well. Even though we have a parliamentary committee of the future, we need this as well. So, but for me, the really important message is that when we're doing all of this, we remember that we're doing foresight either for transformation, to change the communities that we're in, because what has got us here is not going to get us there. We need something radically different. Or because we're doing foresight incrementally, so we're stress testing the work that we have against alternative possible futures to make sure that it's resilient. One kind of foresight needs a lot more resource than the other, but let's all make sure that we're not doing it performatively, that we're not using the future and the interests of future generations as yet another way of colonizing that future and putting our concerns and interests in that. So, what about the how? Let us learn over the past year since the declaration got signed, there is a lot of innovation that's happened. There are new institutions, parliamentary committees, ministers of the future in Dubai, for example, envoys. There is also citizen participatory dialogues, surveys, engagement, citizens' assemblies, citizens' panels, including, and museums, people talking more about the future, this experiential bit. And even, for example, Democracy 2076 in the US is doing work with Netflix and Hollywood. I saw a little flinch about Democracy 2076 in the US. It's a very interesting organization that is looking out 50 years in order to put constitutional change over the next couple. There's legislation, there's discount factors that are being introduced, there's intergenerational fairness assessments across the world, and a lot of these are being done at the regional level. And in fact, you can see a lot of these stories in this handbook. So last year, we pulled together an implementation handbook for the declaration. And this year, just a week ago, we've collected a lot of the stories of what countries around the world and organizations around the world have been doing. So I'll just do a few little more granular stories to bring this out to life. You have there's now a new EU Intergenerational Fairness Commissioner and Strategy. It's a transversal commitment, so he works with all the line ministries to implement an intergenerational fairness principle into all their work, has developed an index, and also there is a citizens panel with a sortition representative of all EU member states. We have Australia, who has potentially new legislation, but very interesting, the Prime Minister's office has now got long-term insights briefings, which is interestingly looking at the impact of declining trust on public service delivery. I just went to see TCU yesterday, and they're doing something very similar as well. But they have done two interesting things in Australia. They have created a stewardship principle for civil service, and the accounting body standards has basically required that all companies need to stress test their plans and their accounts against alternative scenarios 50 years out. So this is a trend that we're seeing, is the legal and the financial instruments are really the way of actually driving change as well as building the capability and the culture. In the Philippines, for example, the Senate of the Future is working closely with the Asia Development Bank around infrastructure decisions, looking out 50 to 70 years. You also have Canada did the first federal budget that is intergenerationally fair as a purpose. That was the title of the budget, and really worked, therefore, on housing and education as a result. You have Norway and Nigeria, again, with sovereign wealth funds that are actively thinking about long-term scenarios and plans for the future and intergenerational issues, as well as France working with Brazil, with the Supreme Court network exploring how to litigate and what are the rights of future generations in the court system. You have, in New Zealand, a lot from well-being budgeting, but Tokona Te Raki, who is the Naitahu's Futures Academy, have been using Futures work to build investment portfolios, to train their new, the children in their communities to be fit for the jobs of the future. And they are now kicking off a process looking out a Vision 2050, a bit like here in Brazil. And Cameroon, similarly, is really connecting to indigenous leaders and a network of how future generations commissioners at the FONS level can be very powerful to bring together local knowledge to respond to challenges like, well, if you need minerals from the Congo, how do you also provide sustainable livelihoods for young people, ensure you protect the environment, and also reflect the historic indigenous stewardship those communities have had over the Congo for the past 1,000 years. And then on the right-hand side, you see an image called Future Check, which is an intergenerational fairness assessment of legislation done with members of parliament and citizens to go, where is the legislation good for future generations, where is it bad, what are the amendments that they suggest, and what are the questions to do. So all in all, there is so much to be inspired by, and we are ourselves hugely inspired by what happens here in this region. I won't hope to be, of course I wouldn't like to put myself in the position of saying what are the best things that I've seen, but I'd like to share with you some of the very inspiring stories that I've seen. So to our hosts in Brazil, their leadership introducing foresight into future generations into the G20 and COP30 has been really powerful and a great leadership moment, connecting indigenous thinking on the future, well-being, and futures and foresight. Of course, we have amazing people like Javier Medina, this generation foresight practitioners across Latin America, Javier Vitale, Rosa Alegria, Lydia Garrido, Sergio Pitar, you are all amazing, but your next generation of foresight practitioners are even more amazing. They are doing such fantastic things, and I want to mention them quickly because of the work that they do, whether it's in the Manguinhos favela in Rio with young deprived kids, supporting them thinking about their future, whether it's Barranquilla Plus 20 in Colombia, bringing intergenerational, youth-led and indigenous conversations about the future, whether it's Qatari Andes, which is an AI-generated platform driving innovation and technical change across Latin America, whether it's mycelium gastronomy, which is bringing food security issues, jobs, sustainability, and conversations about community cohesion around the future of food, whether it's Climate Verse, Alicia, who's working on vulnerable communities, island communities, to build sustainable livelihoods and resilience to climate changes, whether it's Melissa, who is working on urban biodesign and new innovations, or whether it's Genaro Godoy Gonzalez, who in the Sevilla Financing for Development event led both the youth conversation, but also bringing long-term scenario planning, private sector actors to talk about how the new forms of investment need to be behind scenarios that all generations are designing for their future. So there's also the great work that the UN does helping build, integrate alternative voices into traditional planning processes like this one in Colombia. There's also this fantastic new, about 2 months ago, San Pedro Sula, the first city to have a youth futures security plan, working with young people, envisaging the future. And of course, Uruguay and Chile, bringing the world together to talk about how important this is and mobilize parliamentarians. So, we have been so inspired by all these examples, and thank you, and I look forward to talking to you about them and hearing a lot more. But I'd just like to, again, if you can close your eyes and just think, what are 1 or 2 examples you'd like to hear more about? And we can come back to that as we start then just wrapping up in the last 2 minutes. So, Let's turn to the so what and the now what. And I think I'll probably just leave you with three thoughts, really. Three practical suggestions. Firstly, is that working regionally is the most important way to kind of work. You scan trends together and you can decide what you do by yourselves, but doing that collective observatory of work at the CEPAL level is very important, as well as learning together what works to make the stuff stick. I would also, embedding into regional frameworks, convening regional dialogues, and acting, CEPAL acting is the link between the UN level in New York and countries is very important. And I would also ask a plea for you to really push for the special envoy for future generations. We need countries to come out and say, this is important, we need this role. Secondly is feel empowered as individuals. Feel empowered, there are things that you can do. How do you seize the political moment? By working with the innovators that are around you in civil society, young people, and who are your leading young or old politicians who can really drive this agenda. Use the framework that I shared with you. I have a few more copies of that report with me. But I invite you to leave with just one idea. Was there something, an intergenerational fairness assessment, a coalition, a survey that really stuck with you? Take that one thing and take it. And then finally, I hope that you can use the materials that I will provide as a QR code at the end. These are materials globally. There is a global community that find the work that you're doing incredibly inspiring. And so I leave you now with this invitation of please be part of that global community so we can continue to work and learn together. And I can then share the many stories of the impact that you've had in other countries when I go elsewhere as well. So I will finish there. I hope that I hit exactly 45 minutes and say thank you very much. All the best for the discussion.
Agradecemos muito pelas contribuições.
Thank you for the contribution of our panelists, Catarina Zuzarte Tulli, Director of the International Future of the United Kingdom.
Iniciaremos agora o painel.
Now we start the first panel that will talk about the foresight systems of the border and its implications for the Latin American Caribbean. We invite for this panel Mr. Francisco Gaetani, Extraordinary Secretary for Transformation of State of the Ministry of Management, Innovation and Public Service of Brazil. Also invite Mr. José Porcaro, a Strategic Foresight and Policy Planning Advisor, European External Action Service. Our guest will participate in a virtual way. Also in a virtual way, Ms. Marina Sviatenko, Project Specialist, World Economic Forum. Also invite Mr. Almir Lima Nascimento, Director of the Institute for International Relations Research from the Alexandre Guzmão Foundation. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Fabiano Chaves, and the Secretary for Long-Term Planning of the National Secretariat for Planning and Budget of Brazil. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'll pass the floor for the moderator. Good morning. Thank you for your presence. I would like to greet and then we start the panel. I'd like to thank the previous speaker, which was very inspiring. When we have this time of changes, to think about the future is not an academic exercise. And now it's a political necessity and institutional one. Today in this panel, we'll know experiences of a frontier foresight system and implications for Latin America and Caribbean to anticipate, plan, and transform. Our panelists are here. Good morning. Hello, Marina. Can you hear us? Good morning. Initially, I would like to propose Almir Gaetani will pass the floor for participants online, and then we start here. I'll pass the floor firstly to Giuseppe Porcari, representative of the European External Action. Giuseppe, you have 10 minutes for your presentation and then the next speaker. Thank you. Good morning to you all. My Portuguese is not so good.
Of course, you had a very good discussion already with the keynote, and I don't want to repeat everything, but it's good to see a little bit how things are seen from this side of the world and how we can contribute to your reflection. Let me share the screen. One second. So this PowerPoint. All right. So, as I said, is a what foresight is not. I'm not gonna go too much into the details of this part because you had already a fantastic keynote. But there is one thing that I would like perhaps to say at the beginning of all this is like once again, people when think about foresight, you can see this image from the past. People think about foreseeing the future, but this is not what foresight is. What foresight is not about looking at the future with the lenses of what it can be in a linear way. What what we say when we speak about foresight, I'm not going to go into this slide, but what we going to see it's the fact that the future is not unique, and that there are multiple kind of futures. This is why we do foresight, basically. It's not to prepare or to forecast one single future. It is to say the future is a contested territory. The future is not set, and it depends on what we are doing here in the present. So that's why you can see already that there are a couple of things that I would like to echo from the discussion before, there are two, I think, fundamental aspects here. One is foresight provides us an extensive sets of methodologies and ways of embedding future thinking into policy making. But what counts really on the kind of work that we are trying to do as Foresighter is to kind of bridge the visions of the futures with what the decision makers are going to decide in the end of the day to do today. So actually, the capacity of measuring, let's say, an effective foresight system is exactly whether the institutions have this capacity to sustain and to feed into the decision making. This is the big challenge that we have, and it's a big challenge that we have in Europe as well. It's not, even if we have quite an established system, and this is exactly what I wanted to tell to you about what do we do and how do we do it. We have this challenge, which I think is a common challenge for everyone working in a public administration, trying to do foresight and trying to convince the political level. So this is a big caveat I wanted to give to you at the beginning, and also to be a little bit humble in what we are trying to do. When it comes to the EU, I think this is an interesting example of how we are trying to, with I have to say, with limited resources, we are trying to build a system for foresight. At the level of the EU, we are having the Commission, which is we have different institutions in the European Union. We have the European Commission, the Parliament, us, which is the diplomatic service. We have the European Council, which represents the member states, and so on. And we have a commissioner, which is called Mikalev. His name is representative from Malta, who is in charge of foresight and actually intergenerational fairness, which is something that I heard before. And part of the mission is to lead the efforts and embed foresight in the EU policymaking. The way we do that at the level of the institution as such, as EU as an institution, is at the level of the informal coordination, a permanent informal coordination. What we call interinstitutional foresight network. It's called European Strategy and Policy Analysis Systems, ESPAS. And through this network, each of us from the different institutions, we sit there and regularly exchange and produce some products, both as individual institutions, as well as we're trying to think systemically, as the equivalent of all of government kind of coordination. And that's kind of complicated if you think about it, because if one government with ministries is complicated, the European Union as not being really a government, but being a patchwork of different institutions, divisions, and so on, it's even more complicated. But nevertheless, I have to say the experience of this coordination that we have, because of its informality, because again, the decision-making process might be quite complicated and burdensome, the level of informality allows us to think a little bit more freely about how the future should be thought within the institutions. And we do some concrete output, we do some concrete things. We do, for example, a report every 5 years about the trends, global trends. We call it the Global Trends Report. And the interesting part here is that we do it every 5 years, just before the European elections. Why we do it just before the elections? Exactly because we want this kind of reports to go and impact on the policy level and decision makers. So we want to try to influence the political cycle by doing it in that kind of timed way and timed manner. Another thing that we do is what we call the horizon scanning, for example. Horizon scanning is a methodology where we try to look at the signals of the future within the present. And we do this by pooling collective intelligence. It's really like a way for trying to to see something that we might not see, but that is in front of our eyes. And this is another important thing of pulling together the resources that we have and trying to build this kind of trends for the future that then goes also in the report. And yeah, that's basically one of the true things that we do. But what I wanted to highlight here, especially, is that the fact that we embed this horizon scanning, this collective thinking within an interinstitutional framework allows us to connect the dots. And this is very important because I think that one of the main challenges that we have in joining and bridging between the foresight community and the decision maker is exactly this kind of coordination that we need to do within the public administration. So this is a very interesting example about how to do it in an informal manner. The second thing that I wanted to tell to you is how do we do it within the External Action Service, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the European Union, even though it's not really a Ministry of Foreign Affairs because the foreign policy is shared also with 27 other member states, so it's not something that we can decide by ourselves. And the reason I want to tell you about how do we do foresight specifically in the External Action Service is because we do it a little bit different because we don't have the capacity. Again, we are a small division and so on. So what we try to do is to try to serve as a direct link with the higher level to the political leadership. By doing this, we try to translate a long-term perspective into, let's say, the short-term planning of our decision makers. That's again something that goes to the core of the challenges that I was saying before. One of the main challenges that we have in the foresight community, I will not stop repeating, is to basically making it interesting for the policy level. And that's basically how you find your own way within your directorate, within your ministries, and so on, how to link it up. So you need to have this kind of horizon always in mind, because otherwise whatever you're doing is going to be an interesting exercise, intellectual exercise, but it's not going to bring the kind of changes that you want. So this is like the more upstream kind of level. I know that you've been discussing also before about the whole of society approach to foresight, which is extremely important. It's not that we don't take this into consideration, but I'm more like coming from the perspective of the position where I stand in the work we are doing here, since I was asked to bring our own experience over there. So what we do basically to bridge this thing is we're trying to catalyze the strategic thinking and foreign analysis for foresight analysis within the foreign service, and we do it by writing notes, by trying to put to the attention of the political level these things, but also we do a work that is more of a pedagogical work within the institution, our own institution, in order to bring a future thinking and embed this future thinking when our colleagues, which are working on several different topics, are going to approach what they are doing. So it's a little bit of both, of this upstream and downstream that comes together and trying to foster what we say a strategic and foresight culture. This is more or less what we do in a nutshell. I don't want to be too long. Also, I'm just now on my 11th minute. I just would like to say that not only we need to bridge with the political level, but we need to have in mind that when we look at the future, we look at something that might be contested, especially nowadays in the geopolitical climate that we have. So it is not just a matter about having a good strategy or a good methodology is also about what kind of role a foresight dimension has within the political debate that is having now, where there is a battle of the future alongside a battle of narrative, if you want to think like that. So there is several elements over there. Our internal organization in the administration, the way we are trying to influence the policy making, but also being aware of the difficulty and the highly politicized environment in which we operate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Obrigado, Giuseppe, pela sua rápida.
Thank you for your be sharp on time and the tools of the foresight. I would like to pass the floor to Marina, project specialist, World Economic Forum. She works in foresight in a global scale. Marina, you have the floor for 10 minutes. Like to register that at the end of the speech, we'll share a moment for questions. Please, Marina.
Also have my presentation in English. So let me share my screen and we shall begin. So good morning once again and greetings from Geneva. My name is Marina Svietenko. I am a project specialist in the Foresight and Organizational Transformation team here at the World Economic Forum. It is my pleasure to be here and to contribute to this important conversation. So what I would like to talk today about is the Forum's strategic intelligence platform and how it can be used to scan the horizon, to collect insights and trends, to contribute to structured foresight, which in turn, as you have heard before today, can contribute to informed decision-making in the present and help us prepare to the multitude of possible futures. So what exactly is the Strategic Intelligence Platform? It is a proprietary knowledge tool of the World Economic Forum. It leverages the power of human intelligence and the machine learning system, and then presents the issues, the topics from a holistic systems thinking perspective. So our vision is for the Strategic Intelligence Platform to be an indispensable go-to resource that users from the public sector, private sector, and academia can go to get foresight insights summarized by world's best experts. Now, a couple of words about our approach. So what you need to know is that the Strategic Intelligence Platform is a human-curated artificial intelligence. So we use human intelligence. These are our experts from the curating institutions. They help us co-curate the transformation maps. Machine intelligence then kicks in as it scans more than 1,000 articles per day and then links those articles that come from our content partners to the relevant transformation map. The map itself, you can see in the center of the screen, this is a dynamic visual framework and it presents topics from a 360-degree overview. This, in turn, increases the contextual awareness of our users. So the Strategic Intelligence Platform is quite large. We have over 1 million registered users. The platform currently features more than 350 transformation maps, and this number is fluctuating as we try to add more and more relevant and topical maps. The experts in the forum's network, this is the human intelligence. So they help us co-curate the maps. Content partners, these are organizations that contribute their research that you can later see on the Strategic Intelligence Platform. And on this note, a little bit about our content partners. So for example, Massachusetts Institute of Technology helps us curate the map on space. Harvard University, data science. University of Oxford curates the map on geopolitics. The World Food Programme Organization curates the map on food security, and the International Organization for Migration curates the map on migration, respectively. So what I wanted to show you with this slide is that these are best-in-class thought leaders in their respective areas. And on this note, I would like to go to the platform itself and show you how it looks like. So it's here in collections, so these are thematic groupings of the maps. Alternatively, you can take a look at all topics that are listed here in alphabetical order. Today, I would like us to start with taking a look at Latin America Transformation Map. You can see here that this was curated by their Inter-American Development Bank for us. What it means is that the curating institution gives us experts who then identified these trends. So the nodes that you can see in the inner circle of the map. As I browse through them, you can see that some nodes on the outer circle light up. This is how we show our users that these topics are interconnected. And this systemic view allows our users to explore not only a single topic, but rather a complex environment in which this topic operates. So, for example, we can take a look at macroeconomic vulnerability in Latin America. And we can see that this is connected to economic progress, the topic of social protection, financial and monetary systems, major global players such as China, and trade and investment. If this sparks interest, you can click on the Trade and Investment node, and this will then redirect you to the relevant transformation map. We can see here that this map was curated for us by the American University, and so the experts are highlighting that the area of trade and investment is undergoing a fundamental change that is shaped by geopolitical realignment, technological disruption, and environmental urgency. And while global trade remains resilient, its foundations are shifting towards more fragmented, politicized, and security-conscious arrangements. So what exactly do these trends mean for Latin America? You can answer this question by exploring our knowledge feed. Here you can see publications, videos, interactive data, and case studies that come from our content partners. For example, you can explore the publications and start typing Latin America or LATAM and see all the relevant publications on this topic. Alternatively, you can still take this train of thought and, for example, ask yourself, so which pressures from the monetary and demographic trends influence the topic of trade and investment and are influenced by it? Here, a very relevant transformation map is that on the future of work. This is curated for us by the Technical University of Munich, and the future of work is one of the most popular maps on the platform. This is because businesses and academia and governments, they want to prepare for the jobs of the future. And what we hear from our partner universities is that they increasingly recognize their role, not just as a one-off degree provider, but as a lifelong learning partner. As we have seen in previous maps, Latin America, as the rest of the world, is experiencing profound changes due to artificial intelligence, geopolitical insecurities, environmental urgencies as well. And if we explore the future of work transformation map, you can see that these trends also influence education, careers, and the definition of work itself. So what we have witnessed here is that these maps allow you to follow a train of thought and across different connected topics, and also collect foresight insights that can be used for a structured process. Because foresight at its core consists of 3 steps. So the first one would be to collect trends and insights of the signals that shape the world. 2, that would be to develop scenarios and visions of the plausible future. And 3, to develop strategies that would help us get to those visions of the future. And this could be done through foresight methods, for example, such as backcasting. And the platform can help our users to work with the first step, so collecting insights and trends, the second step, building scenarios, with such tools as the Create map. So the Create Transformation Map allows our users to build their own content. This can be done, for example, with the content that is already available on the platform. And here I can just browse through a couple of key issues to show you how easy it is to build a transformation map. Users can also create their own key issue here, or more interestingly, perhaps, embrace the power of artificial intelligence. So here we just need to provide a brief prompt. What I've done here is that I have seen that you have recently launched a course on blockchain and digital trade. And so I have asked the map assistant, or map wizard as we call it, to create a map based on those topics. Here you can see we have a map on enhancing digital trade and blockchain. There is a visual identity of the map, and you can save it if you're happy. So this map, like any other transformation map on the platform also contains trend analysis. Here we can go into the view map mode. You can explore the trends by clicking on the key issues here. You can also download the briefing. So these briefing notes are in a convenient PDF format that users could explore on the go. This PDF briefings also contain a section on scenarios, and this is our priority in the coming months. We want to strengthen the scenario feature as well. At this point, I would like to stop perhaps talking about the platform and to elaborate on how governments and organizations can use this platform to institutionalize foresight. And we have a couple of successful proofs of concept where this approach has been applied before, and this can serve as a valuable model for the future. So governments, just a second. So governments can customize the strategic intelligence platform to align with their national priorities, as we can see here on the website for Jordan. And the platform would then allow government officials to effectively scan the horizon, to monitor trends, build their foresight capabilities, and also engage with world-class foresight experts. And perhaps the best way to showcase this would be through a recent project in Jordan. And do let me know if you cannot hear the sound. Thank you very much. I will perhaps stop here, and I just wanted to summarize that the strategic intelligence platform can be used to collect signals and trends, and also to build foresight capabilities and to anticipate the future. Thank you very much for your attention, and over to you.
Thank you, Marina. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. This is one of the challenges of the perspective planning is the matter of communication. The two is very interesting about the visualization of information. Now, I'm going to pass the floor to Amir Lima Nascimento, Director, Institute of the International Relations Research of Alexandre Guzman Foundation. Thank you very much, Fabiano. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, my friend José Porcaro. Good morning, Marina. Good morning, Professors Francisco Caetano. It's an honor to be here participating in this event. It's in front of all of the specialists that we have here. My background is a diplomat and a public manager, but someone that is feel the needs of the importance of the planification, the governance, and of anticipatory governance, and of course the foresight. I based myself on what the questions that was the guidelines that north this panel. And the first thing was about the central components of the system of the foresight systems. They're leader in a global stage. When we think about the Latin America, I believe that one of the first futures is especially to articulate the national network of foresight that integrate different kinds of governments, academia, and civil society. This is something that I understand from what Marina presented, and of course, in the case of European case, of the case of Finland, the experiences of with the FinSite that show the collaborative work around this interministerial concepts that allows us to generate a share view. And these kinds of exercises are very important in talking about Latin American, as we said, that this it make easier the straighten of the state coordination and contribute the reduction of fragmentation, institutional fragmentation that we see in our countries. So it's about the trying to apply these alternative scenarios for answers that adapt in the way that we as we strengthen this kind of a network. It's possible to think about the constructions of multiple futures instead of only thinking about the planning as linear extrapolations, and that means the governance is to be more prepared in this way. So talking about all of these advanced systems, another feature that it was evaluated this morning. This is the civil society participation, as the Virginia said, is going to talk about later in this event. It's about this event that was built in the strategy of 2050. This incorporation of the diverse actors, we have two important features. One of them is the strength, all of the process, all of this exercise that we've been doing, and second, gave more legitimacy for the results. The search for the legitimacy is very important. Another aspect that is we have to highlight when we think about the advanced systems and experiences that we have for our region is the need of adaptations of the adaptation of the methodologies in the local areas. This is fundamental. It's very important that we are able to prioritize simple methodologies, participatives, and low costs during workshops, interviews, and this is the choose of the tools that we're going to use is important, and we have to adapt in the local realities that we have. Another aspect that we can find it present in the advanced systems that we should take in count is the aspect of the need of integrate the literacy of futures in the high education and the education for public civil servants, because they don't think in the foresight way to go beyond on the management of to do a more critical analysis about the management. And besides that, we noticed that in these more advanced systems, the role of international cooperation is fundamental. In the case of Latin American, even more, because when we participate in global networks and with multilateral organisms, an example, as Marina said before, was the cooperation between Jordania and the World Forum. You have access to methodology, financial, that in other ways you couldn't have. So this was the first question. The second question, there was a guideline, was what were the learning, what are the systems that it could be relevant, and we can do this here in the Latin American, and I start talking about the creation of the national networks. And when we think about these networks, we are thinking about the permanent unities and multidisciplinary that reunites specialists from different areas, includes economists, sociologists, technologists, specialists in public policies. I believe this is going to be fundamental, and this unities permit unit has the capacity of development and work with these methodologies of foresight with the multiple scenarios issues. So this is very important to go beyond not only project tendencies, but elaborate alternative futures. It's an exercise a trend, I'm sorry, and it's go beyond of the simple projection of this trend. It's important that these institutions should have horizon scan tools like this that Giuseppe mentioned before, and observatory systems that detected changes, technological, social change that transform the future scenarios. So we are basically talking about a strategic vigilance and on the way that we can see and captate what we can transform, what would be the elaboration of a future scenario. Another important aspect for the good working of these permanent unions would be the management of the process, participative process, and the capacity of communicate strategic communications. There are also competences that are fundamental, and it's also necessary to create formal bridges with the process, as was mentioned before in the lecture of the keynote lectures, the creators of formal points with the decision making. It's very important that all of the work of foresight would be connected in an objective way with the process of decision making. They cannot work of independent things. It should be a transmission chain that make this formulation could manifest in an effective way in the implementation of the process. So it could be basically this, and of course, as usual in the good management, we have to count with the impact assessment and the results. Sometimes we worried a lot about the formulation, the identification, but we also have to have the impact assessment that is gonna be a way is going to work in the exercise of formalization that is started back then, and that at some point is going to be adapted. Is the PDCA process, and by the end is that's what we gotta do. And for those teams, these permanent units work in the right way, it's necessary for them to have the guarantee of their work. We have to have legal formalization that can go beyond time, and this work would be fulfilled. What we have in Latin America, sometimes we have one institutional instability that is sometimes affecting the teams. So to create a way that those teams that work with anticipatory governments and foresight could be established for a long period of time would be very important, because the results will be manifested in a specific way. And talking in an objective way, we also need that those units should be capable to develop pilot projects with visible outcomes. And for that was, as I mentioned before, the use of two low-cost tools and workshops. It has to be clear that in the case of the anticipatory governance and the foresight, we are not talking about technologies that necessarily would be expensive and that is not available for all of the countries. It caught my attention this morning when it was mentioned in the opening session that in the case, for example, for the Dominican Republic, that they have a way to have a social participation in the processes. that it should be something that should be studied for other countries. So it's not only a matter of resources, it's a matter of how you do the things. And that's necessary to get to know the local knowledge and traditional knowledge to have a more legitimacy about it. Well, as the country, how can the countries can straighten their perspective? Though their first sight is to be, and that's it, is to be aware of the use of the tools, and above all, the attention for the role that the state has in this transformation of the public management, and how does that affect the society. The central contribution of the foresight and the anticipatory governance is to create something that is to create a long-term vision on administrative organized by short times. We have to escape from this short time periods, and the perspective gave us these elements for us to achieve these results. That works as a institutional innovation lab. We can test new methodologies, new ideas, and it's also very important. And that's basically it. So I'm gonna conclude my speech right now, and maybe I can interact with my panel colleagues. I thank you once again all for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Almi. I'll pass the floor. I like Gaetani, this title, the Extraordinary Secretary for the State Transformation, Francisco Gaetani, and as encyclopedia of the public management that will bring a lot of experience. He took many ideas. I would like to share the stage with you and your comments. First of all, thank you for the invitation to see so many friends and have this interesting conversation. I'll start from the last question related to how the foresight is so important for the transformation process of the state. As Kate mentioned on her presentation, the foresight issue is related to risks. We are so overwhelmed for the short and long terms. If you won't think about the context, the horizon, we'll get digging deeper and deeper. So that opens a possibility to discuss why we are here and why we are so interested on it, because we have so many troubles and impossibilities, simultaneous crises, that we need to be more creative and to be aware of the present, to find ways, solutions, and paths ahead. And it's not a small thing, because the dynamic of the power is taking everyone to a short term, induced by the social media, opinion research, surveys that take the political discussion and the development basically on immediate reactions of the public, talking about foresight when you're based on the moment. It's a very big challenge. I should say that to govern is to be on Instagram. It's to show up on social media. But that can't be right. Life cannot be like that. It's a matter of how the countries can strengthen its capacities. We have to group up. We have to work together. We lost the capacity of collective action in several aspects. In Latin America, that's not so strong. Maybe Europe, but we need to work with that better. We have the institutions like CEPAL, IDB, CLAD, United Nations, REBLAC, all in crisis, facing difficulties, fragilized. In the past, we should say that would gather bad things, but now they really need to connect because the environment is an anthropic environment of crisis, and if we are not capable to talk between each other and joint effort, that will become harder in the future. When we are aware of the future, Latin America is well preserved of the global traumas. We are recreating our own problems like soccer when we say that our teams depend on ourselves to become champions. But we don't get along, it's very hard. And I would like to mention, as a Brazilian, the profound misinformation regarding the countries, especially Brazil with the other countries of Latin America and Caribbean. And because Brazil speaks a different language about required institutional capacities, they want to develop that. Brazil in 35 years created and extinguished the in charge secretary of strategical topics, and then it endless, what showed that there is a sensibility for the subjects and uncomprehension. The moment of the creation, reducing sensitivity, and then uncomprehension associated with the no feeding of the short-term issues. Many cases, the extinction came because the secretary interviewed in a short term. So we weren't able to institutionalize in Brazil institution locals to work this issue in a structured way, overcoming short term that's made by civil society in a way that's volunteering, isolated and fragmented way. About the relevant learning system. Some things we need to understand better. For example, India's IDB experience that was important were capable to generate a culture, and then it was abandoned. UPS at CEPAL, it was a reference. And in past times, Getúlio Vargas' story that trained a lot of people. So we are not being capable to transform this sector. And UNDP, the governability system that associated the fragility of the democracy to fragility of the center of the administration in our country. So we have had some moments, some insights, some efforts to have tools, and we are not capable to have a sustainable use of those tools because it's a term we can institutionalize those tools, those instruments. Regarding for the first question, the central components in terms of strategic foresight to act at a global level, we should have a minimal level of understanding. I'm not talking about of the administration. I do not hope that the administration will be capable of it, but we need to have connections. And also we need that this comprehension came from civil society, productive sector, the elites. I'm sorry, I apologize, our colleague on me. We need to have a different diplomacy, a way to have a different diplomacy. There's no way for us to still working on a diplomacy that's proud to be on 19th century. We have an elite in our diplomacy. They operate from mindsets of 200 years ago. governed by gentlemen. I provoke my friends from Itamaraty three things that our diplomacy needs to work with: communication, money, and technology. Three things that we need diplomacy to strengthen our capacities, continental capacities. So I'd like to highlight those points. We have in Latin America enormous potentialities. We have political problems that are very hard. Our countries are very fragile, our administrations, we have instability, and we return to turbulence. We weren't capable to promote inclusion, not to promote, to establish economy, and CEPAL has a specific accountability because I hope that eventually could be related to some other country, but in terms of global ascension, this needs to be said. We have a narrative that's inclusion, income redistribution, participation, leftist. We have other narrative about productivity, competitiveness, neoliberal. Not even on cartoon networks like that. And our politics, it's like that. If we want to change that, we can give up because to understand both narratives as separate things it's a mistake. That's retrocess. We are proud of this narrative that doesn't make possible and block the country to advance. So we have to build a narrative that integrates this extreme thinking. If you were not capable to do it, it's just about a joke. I would like to complement that with other provocation. Democracy involves the alternance in the administration. We work in the power or the perspective to alternance, or it's not a deal. To think that we remain 20 years, to think that power is forever, that we need to have a hard way of politics. Here in Brazil, we need both things. Overcome the dichotomy of the narrative and work with a mature concept of democracy, or will have backwards and will be excuse of the future possibility. I really liked the debates regarding intergenerational issues. We have a responsibility with the future. The future change our present and the reflections, the efforts, foresight strategies to work now, and we can keep working because we are failing. We are failing. We have to change or we are going to fail. I had a presentation, but I thought it wasn't adequate. It's called Cava Brasil. It's like we need our contribution and digging deeper. First thing is to stop digging. Let's talk how we process our conflict. We are at a moment, Brazil, attempts of state cups, depending on the judiciary to govern. We need to change. And CEPAL and you, representatives of several countries, the future needs to respond this present. But if don't look at the future and look to the short term, I don't know the ones that like soccer, but you know a player that in Brazil, Cafuringa from Fluminense, he forgot the way of the goal, so he was concerned to play. We need to have an overview in a long term. Do you know the quote? No wind helps the boat that doesn't know where to go. We're not going anywhere like this. I'm sorry. Once again, thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you. Eu sei porque que você lembrou dele, porque o véi só fala metáfora. We need to reverse our politic dialogue. I'll share the word with the audience, open to questions, and I would like to ask if you can introduce yourselves, where you work on, and direct the question. Anyone have a question or comment? Any questions?
Thank all the panelists for tremendous presentation on the topic of foresighting strategic intelligence and the challenges outlined. I'm Wayne Henry from the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ. Just a few thoughts on the question. So part of your challenge is, as we heard from our keynote, generating the support and buy-in to create a mindset for foresighting and a culture. And we know culture is hard to change and to create. How do you justify and how do you demonstrate the veracity, the usefulness of foresighting in a context where our policymakers have a short-term bias? Policymakers are almost by nature myopic, having to justify to an electorate these short-term gains. And that difficulty in an even a world of increased uncertainty. So as you begin to posit scenarios of the future, those scenarios are multiplied even because of happenings over the last year alone. All right, so we always spoke about geopolitical conflict. Well, that has increased immensely. And the threat, we've spoken about economic conflict and the cost, the crisis of cost, and that has gone up tremendously, and of course climate. So it's an increasingly volatile world, and the ability to capture that. So that's one, just to speak about that. So in a country like Jamaica, making tremendous improvements and strides, developments in other things, to better inculcate a culture of foresighting. How do you help us in that regard? I heard our keynote, Katarina, speak about development partners helping in that. But if you can give us some further insights. Two is, as you get the collective thought on the intelligence of what's going around, how do you guard against that marginalization of persons, groups, entities that don't have the capacity to be engaged at the table to provide their own insight? Persons who may be most affected by policies. And you're thinking of indigenous people, etc. But persons, how do you ensure that inclusion? And finally, I think it was Giuseppe who spoke about a battle of the future versus the battle of the narrative. And I'm going to ask if you can just expound a little bit more on that as you speak about social media and what captures us and our attention. I hope that's not too much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bom, perdão.
I'm sorry. I used to say that I have a robust asset of failure on the attempt to win. And it's very hard because the decision makers, democratic regime, they are guided by the electoral circle. So the cycle of a administration, a government, took to exacerbation of short term. We invest at some moments in government administration transitions to use the period before the office to work with in a more long and short term. But when it's about to feed the present, the governors support the actions of strategic foresight. You need to have a time to incubate. All the action of strategic foresight needs a period of grace to have something to feed the decision makers with strategy. The countries nowadays are the Asian countries, majority with authorities' contradictions and a tradition of long-term planning. Our markets do not recognize that the governmental planning were fundamental for so those countries would be able to find that performance. Would like to mention that we need to return, as the example of Katie made, someone has to plant for us to harvest. We need to take care of the garden. We are not just collectors. There's no world where everyone just collects. And the social media world is an instantaneous collection world. We have another mindset is to try to work in the hidden side on the governments or third sector to have time to produce proposals, ideas, discussions that have sense and meaning and content. For example, we just approved a creation of a career for the Ministries of Defense and Justice. What it has to do with this talk? We had an attempt of a CUP in 8th of January of 2023. Both ministries do not have a professional bureaucracy. They are captured by the armed forces or the civil security framework. With a lot of effort facing resistance, we are able to create those careers thanks to the support of the Minister Stedweck. They didn't publish in the media, and the bureaucracy ignored the subject. We are talking about careers. This is a 19th century talk. It doesn't have a glamour. So there are key initiatives for us to have the permanent bureaucracy that discuss security policies of security. So it's very hard to have these strategic topics for the daily basis. When start to talk about that, immediately they don't get any interesting on it. So that's a permanent challenge. We need to have a part of the democracy. Jackie Son is around. Some people need to take care about that permanently. The branches of the administration need everyone to work. Need to let everyone to work. The Senate just nominated some positions linked to the political efforts. We need to be capable to do it in a short term. To short term, we're not going anywhere. We are on a treadmill because the private sector is doing that because the investors work with the calculation of return in a long term. So the decision making about mining, industry location, extension of capacity, they need at least 5 years of horizon. So we need to have this talk with private sector, with the governments, international bodies to try to align. We have 3 expressions that I would like you to remember from this talk: building blocks, successive approximation, and growing consistency. We need to talk about blocks. We need to get into successive transformation and the alignment and growth consistencies. I'm sorry, I need to leave in a rush. I have another agenda. It was a pleasure. Congratulations. See you soon. Thank you.
I'd like to pass the floor to Almi right now. And after that, Giuseppe and Marina, if you want to say something, please be our guest.
Do you understand that we can take the floor?
Did
Well, very, very shortly, because I think that Francisco. Vision of the past, because we say that we want the future to be like a glorious past, right? Like this is one of the things that has been an answer to the anxiety that all the predictions about how the fact the futures will go down in terms of climate, in terms of demographic explosion, and you name it, you know. So there is something in the present about the future which is to the attention of politicians today, and is very, very important. So how we instill this sense of urgency of acting now about the future and including future into the narrative of the current politicians, I think that there is quite a case to be built over there. Thank you.
Ok, Almir, por favor.
Thank you. Yes, thank you once again, and thank you for the question. So perhaps I could answer just in a couple of sentences about the fact how if the forum approaches this. So as the forum team, we recognize the importance of foresight, and this is one of the priorities for the strategic intelligence platform. As I have mentioned before, we are trying to strengthen the scenario feature to make sure that the users are better prepared to anticipate the future. As to the work that we do in the forum, we are curating a global foresight network. So this is a community of practitioners, and we also have some representatives from Latin America as well, as this inclusion is very important for us. We want to make sure that every region of the world is represented in this network. Some of the projects that we work on about ensuring basically creating the mindset and culture for foresight, I think it is also important to start from the education perspective. So we have some conversations with students as well. And also one of the initiatives that we are currently working on is called Future 50. So here we are upskilling 50 young global leaders in foresight, and they are working across 6 regions, and they're working on some regional projects as well. So this is very important. As part of this thought leadership and awareness raising that we do at the forum, we also engage with the government. So one of the recent projects that would be Jordan, where we had a foresight workshop for the government. And basically we stress tested some future strategies there. And another important engagement earlier this year, that was with the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and we introduced foresight to ministers. So to the ministers of transport, and we stress tested some strategies of how we can approach the future of transport. And finally, maybe one last point about the narratives from a slightly different perspective. It is very easy to focus on the negative with everything that is going on nowadays. And we have a fantastic article written by one of our Global Foresight Network members, Iman Kelly from Deloitte. It is about abundance. And so what he's saying there is that it is important to stick to hope and positivity, because if we want to change the future, we need to be sure that we are hopeful.
Thank you, Marina.
Thank you.
Obrigado. Indo na linha do que falou o professor Caetano, que falou também o Giuseppe,
The Professor Caetano said, and Marina already said, would say that is a point of view of the engagement of the political class. If we stop to think about it, it doesn't have a plan B. The short term attach the person that in a way that we cannot analyze other information, elaborate in other scenarios. Who has been doing this? The technicians, the ones that work with this specific topic. So in a way, let's say, the knowledge and the arguments is not talking about only the narrative, talking about arguments about a proposal that is based on a governance. The anticipating governance and foresight, it's a result of a research that involved a lot of people and a lot of data. So we have the seduction of to be coherence, because in the way that it's presented, we can see that if it's gonna be used for the politician class, but what is we cannot know, but we can say it is the politicians feel pressured. And if I'm not mistaken, by the beginning of the presentation of Professor Tully, Catherine Tully, there was a slide that she presented that the governance of the United Kingdom will need in the next 25 years work in a foresight way in the next 25 years to pass a clear about the governance, to be legitimated to do the things. I'd like to see that slide later, because it shows their awareness of that if you wanted to have a long life, including in politicians, you have to think about long term. The short term doesn't guarantee if you're going to be re-elected or nothing like this. It is a huge challenge. It is. But it was said we have to stop digging for sure. But I believe I'm naturally more optimist. But I believe that the fact that you have a good argumentation that is a result of the foresight exercise that by definition needs to include a huge number of stakeholders is the start point to go to another result, that the one that you have. The second part of your question, that is about the social inclusion, the participation of people, the participation of the groups. I can say in the case in Brazil that is the most worried that we are this last years and the last government. That was a priority in Brazil that reflected on the design of the presidents of Brazil in G20 and the action on also in BRICS, but especially what we're gonna be in COP30 to work with different sectors of the society, and this is going to be presented by the Virginia Secretary this afternoon. Secretary Virginia, I'm sorry. And this awareness, that is the social inclusion that gives the legitimacy what we have in our table. This awareness already exists. And I believe that this is the thing that it should work, because we live in a world where you have the possibility of virtually speaking in real time with any person all over the world, and at the same time is the time that we have more difficulties and challenges and other things. So we have to pass through these barriers, and we go through a good argumentation, and the foresight help us to build this one, and everyone that has should do it. I'd like also to ask if you have any other question, because we have the matter of time. Okay, now you may have the floor. Muito obrigada. Sou Carmen Diego, da Agência de Cooperação Internacional. It's only a question on how you do in the laboratories, and in the point that is start a new conversation, we resolve. We don't have to resolve this right now. It's just a reflection, a thought when we are talking about the planning of the future based in long-term policies and these evidences. I was thinking about the initiatives that we have implementing to have a scientific assessor in every ministry to assess these evidences and policies that I believe that is an example that I really like, that we also doing this comparison with other countries. And I believe that all of these initiatives about scientific matters, I believe that it's going to be important to promote this work. So I'd like to thank all of the panelists. Thank you, Giuseppe. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Ami. I believe that the panel was opportunity for us to find possibilities to strengthen our capability of planning and incorporate the vision of the future of the formulation of public policies. I would like to thank the opportunity to moderate this panel, and we are gonna follow the program of the events. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much once again for the panelists. We're gonna pass immediately to the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the time, we're gonna proceed to the panel, and then after that, we're gonna have a brunch break. So we're gonna follow to the next panel. So, for keeping on our activities, we're gonna have now the next panel, the presentation. Where we're gonna be approach different approaches of foresight and anticipatory governance in the experience in Latin American and Caribbean. For this one, we invite to the participation in this panel Mr. Giofione Perano Toriani, Chairman of National Center of Strategy Planning in Peru, that is going to participate in a virtual mode. We also invite Mrs. Stefania Latestos Rios, representative of Development Bank of Latin American and Caribbean. Be welcome, Mrs. Stefani. Mr. Camila Grankov, officer in charge of ECLAC office in Brasilia. Welcome, Ms. Camila, and also Mr. Rodrigo Arim, Director Office of Planning and Budget of Uruguay, that is going to be the moderator of this panel. So welcome, Mr. Rodrigo. Now you have the floor as a moderator. Good morning. Before everything, I'd like to thank the opportunity to be in this panel. And I believe that we are all aware that American and Caribbean are facing structural challenges of long term and vinculated to the growth of economical cycles. and a lot of inequalities, institutionalization problems, and that add to another of new challenges, the climate changes, and also the exchange that we have in the international cooperation. There are a lot of international forums to work on, and starting with that in Latin American and Caribbean and their diversity and their cultural richness and politicians. We have very relevant experiences for to about those foresights in governance that we have before the future to build realities and sustainable policies. This panel is very relevant, and I'd like to start with talking about that each one of the panelists are gonna have 10 minutes tops to give the presentation. And let's start with Jofinini Peirano, that is on a virtual mode.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, perfectly. Thank you to everyone that we are together in the planning systems and the foresight in the Latin American region. Very happy every time we CEPAL and other institutions can be able to talk. I would like to remember in the Peruvian Institute we have the Plan 2050 that has 392 indicators, the most strict plan created on the Latin American region. And this plan in Peru have 31 in national institution that had 22 indicators. They have the international cohort and international source, which is related to the multidisciplinary and the internal system. We have its presentation in distinct level of the administration in the group or unitary, like the Brazil's case and Venezuela's case, and other countries like of the North America, like Canada and United States. In this sense, what we can see is the penetration of 2050 that's accumulated and associated of the long-term planning. That's something important in Peru. So we have this multilateral agenda where 2030 in Peru overcome 20 years. It's multilateral agenda that calls as a bureaucratic system the way the form of the biosphere of state nation, that we have the resources when plan the 2050, and the Peruvian 2050 was made in 2017 2022. We remember that was singular period for Peru, and the system of the country had a deliberative organism that call the entrepreneurs to the presentation of the workers and the other public institutions, and call the parties to call the academia and to generate consensus about the view what's Peru 2030 50. We are recognized of the first plans of consensus and the ADNEP studies. So that's an agreement between and allow the elaboration of a view, and this view recently had the national boundaries. The fourth national objectives of the international indicator, we'd like to remember that another advantage of the Plan 2050 We only just not only have the long-term point of view. This culture has 92 international indicators and 370 are the national indicators. And the difference from what we have in Peru in the Plan 2021 of 2011, we had 91 indicators and now have 392 indicators. Is the complexity multi-dimensional? That's interdisciplinary task with a lot of competitiveness. It's a complex system that we are approaching and something that we need to reveal some alignments, some behaviors through the segments of the relation and also try to find a system of balance to offer the best scenarios of intervention. I would like to mention that Peru counts with national observatories of perspectives, and these national observatories of perspectives had a trend, risks, threats, and opportunities letters that this plan in the National Center of Strategy of Peru can talk with the national systems and propose. I'll show you so you can see and propose to the state and all the administration levels the mega trends, the trends in which you have to adopt and generate foresight scenarios. And here we have the trend, risk, and futures trends. And Peru has clearly adapted the national trends. We have to do something that we are generated on this plan of inclusion, and we've generated planning about the administration alignment. And if we understand that Peru, as we are projecting, have the topics of the national planning based on human pillars and competitiveness pillars and human resource. With this technology as a national goal, it's on the third place as democracy and state that's fair had to be mentioned, and we have to keep going with the assessments. And instead of doing, we created dashboards and the Power BI to create targets, financial targets of budget expenditure to each sector or each ministry. And by doing this Power BI, you can click and think about operative activities of the strategical activities of sector. In this sense, align the long term, we are aligned with the future on the short term. So we talk about the time frame. We have signs for it. We have to think on the Ibero-American region or Latin America region, in which you see concepts or terms that they don't have in a professional field. To be interoperable, it implies to sign it, and we are seeing this behavior month by month in the Peru sectors, and as we see, it generates behavior trends, and that's are another dimensions of analysis. We change the administration, the institutional body, institutional memory, or a human resource memory, and the background behavior that we can change very quickly. And it's a marginal change if you understand this behavior change. And we seek for adaptability inside a global trend is a concept of metadata, and use comparing the present with the future to generate adaptation to the changing future, and to see how it could be affected inside the software as we are using it, and how can take better decision associated with technologies to guide it. They make decisions based on evidence. On this sense, this plan has a consecutive observatory that could connect her with the future. We understand the neuroscience concept. We know that the human being changes a little, change only 5% from what's new, and we understand that the change, that's the main resource, is limited, and should be some kinds of hacking, search, and political factors. With the data effectiveness, we can see that the finance intelligence and Power BI, it's going to be a red sign for us to know that we have to stop before doing something, and then go to green to allow us to have a green sign for us to base our actions to help the strength democracy. And with that, we can reward with a re-election and strengthen the technical political system. We have international awards, and the dimension local and timing. If you don't understand how that behavior is, of Brazil and Colombia, and the capacity and the topography of the territory do not say that the impacts of the megatrend behavior very differently in the coast and in the mountains. So the information of topography there are important. And we have a dashboard that's called the CLC plan that has information in the territory that can spread to the local level. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit sick. So in this sense, I'll share. You can see the information. 30 seconds. This model that we are launching, it's from CEPLAN. You understand that Peru, like Brazil, are diverse countries like Colombia, and the diverse has the global trends that impacts in a different way in each scenario. Just to give an overview, I'm trying to find it. Here, CEPLAN has the health system, the education system, the overlayer, the environmental area, indigenous lands, intercultural system. So we could evaluate a better topography of the behavior of the impacts that could have mega trends, risk scenarios, and future events. And here we have a topography with a better reduction of the risk and the effectiveness. and also the signing method. We have 100% of the Peruvian administration. All the government are starting to having that. With that, I finish my presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Now we pass the floor to Stefania. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. Good morning to you all. In behalf of Coffee Bank, of the Bank for Caribbean and Latin America, I'd like to thank the organizers. I would like to congratulate the ministry, presided by Regina De Angela and CEPAL, and other organizers that are on this event. The perspective from Moscow, the Regional Bank of Development, because I believe that's very relevant to understand how this culture should remain not only in the countries of Latin America and Caribbean, but also over all the financial institutions and non-financial that somehow intervene in the process that are linked with development inside the region. What's most important in the foresight field to anticipate scenarios with the goal to prepare ourselves to better have conditions of the missions of each institution. We know that, as we mentioned, we have a region that have some structural problems that come from the long term. I will not mention it, but those are new challenges that come in strong waves in our world positioning in a harder way. When we get ready to align with those challenges, somehow we know the difficulty of the framework and social inequality, and that's added to a difficulty like the retrocess that we have in a matter where we don't find to related that to the unpredicted events in the horizon, where we're not seeing if we're going to have advance for the future. So we need to go backwards. So we find some challenges that we didn't believe that was possible. So somehow we are ready to deal with those challenges. For example, democracy. And also we got this phenomenon that was COVID and make us to have to review in a way to be aware of the surprises that we are going to face. So we need to get ready. We know the challenges of the climate change in the 70s would be a pessimist trend that anticipates a black future. And on the latest years, we see that's a devastating reality for the states that has a lot of vulnerabilities. For example, Caribbean islands, that we have the countries of Latin America suffering the violence of climate change, and we are suffering somehow in a very bad way because those are countries that are with low development and have fragile infrastructure and a higher incidence of those climate change. So financial institution They do not think about those possible scenarios and not internally prepared and do not prepare the member countries to be ahead an institution that will not accomplish their institutional purpose. We have three member countries that are transforming in a financial institute in Latin America and Caribbean. And to be able to keep going, honoring somehow this intervention that we are having with the member countries, we have to deliver results and they need to be seen through financial service, technical services, and other kinds of service that would have the desired impacts. So, to work with these scenarios, at this moment, we have an intellectual exercise inside the entities. We have to give an intellectual dimension applied to those instruments because they're not being used and they don't serve to the main purpose that serve the member countries. We strongly work through cooperative strategy at this moment. We have one happening, the strategy 2022-2026, with the moment led by Sergio. This strategy jointly to see the world since a perspective from
For the new complex reform of this crisis, at the same time, in a moment of the region history that we have to review how the bank faced these future challenges and how we connect to the past and what is the education that the bank has with the infrastructure connected to the local situation. So this incorporative has the mission to build bridges with the past that requires a lot of attention because at this moment no one can say that Latin America suppressed the challenges of infrastructure, but this infrastructure was concrete, but now at this moment start needs new layers, new tools that are more centered on the social infrastructure that is directed and to integrate people in this development. And then there is have a third layer that I mentioned before. That is the layer that is mandatory for all actions in the infrastructure. Marin has focused on resilience and sustainability because it doesn't have to work for the 5 years or 10 years. It has to be thinking about the next 100 years. Why? Because we basically have to understand that the world is not in a reactive way, but in a participatory way. You have to work on it. So first of all, we have to have a vision of mission access. What we are gonna be focused on, what we're gonna do, what is gonna be our inversions, where we're gonna start our dialogues with member states in the regions. And in the second place, that is very important, what are the transversal access, those elements that we have to have in all of the actions in these programs and projects or technical operations, assistance of any kind has to be transversal. What we're talking about, the gender equality, social resources, the agendas that we have to deal with and has to do with the sustainability, they can be far away by our actions by the bank. And finally, we have those agendas that has the power of transform the interior of the bank. It has to be tools to regulate these challenges. With this cooperative strategy, we have one adapted to each country that we call CAF countries that is associated with the government or the periods of government. Why that? Because the country is trying to build with the program of each government of each country. We cannot have a separate agenda of what each country should do. All of the countries of the region have many problems and obstacles that let us feel far away from our main goals. And each country has their own organization by their own needs, and each one of them has their vision of government. And those countries are connected with these programs that have in each of the governments and the possibilities that they have in each government period of government. We also have a technical cooperation that is fundamental for because of the financial resources that we have that are not refound. We help these countries to strengthen this agenda of foresight that they have. In this case, with Brazil, we are co-financing with other allies the plan of development plan 50 that is been working with the ministry, that is an fundamental instrument of a country. There is a lot of potential that could be seen in long term and can guide all of the actions for this scenario. And we also have a vision that we can accelerate this development. And we have a country with a lot of challenges. The development of these projects and programs are the dimension that of what we have is where we actually land our action. Each one of these programs with the demands that we have in our country, we add value through conversations that we have to the beneficiaries, not only understanding the problematic of a solution of a problem that we have. If we have other elements that we should put it together can add value to this project, not only in a perspective of infrastructure, but social value, environmental value that can add resilience and that can add sustainability. And what we want, we want to finance the building of a point that not only us as development bank has this view for this communication, that have this that has this points of the society and the territory, and in what way we can use to benefit this to communities that is going to have those impacts through this building of this bridge, and how can we give solutions of transportation for these people so we can minimize and they can go to one place to another, and how can we add security policies, for an example of women's circulation, and how can we see the dimension of inclusion of people from different ethnies and minorities through these programs. So we're going to have a multidimensional view, and we wanted to integrate a lot of problematics with the focus of with the beneficiary. Then we have something that is important to talk about when we do an approach of innovative projects. We're not going to sell a solution. We're going to hear what we need to hear, because no one knows better what they need other than the person that is suffering the problem. So what we do is add values through these programs. And we have some knowledge tools that are fundamental. Without knowledge, we can build this scenario based on data and the perspective and the foresight of the access. There are possible for an effective condition to have for this tendency to have an answer. So definitely for us, the foresight is part of the culture that CAF has, and for us to translate this with the strengthening of the institutional capability of CAF and the institutional capability of the state members. So we have an intern strengthening to drive the strengthening this for the institutions that is in each one of the countries, including the national government, and for the others. And the other side, we also have different services systems that are from technical matters, and in also have a social anticipation, including all of the process that we work on it. We have to have active society that is. And we're gonna have the desired impact in all of the territories and also on the life of people. We have a lot of cases that we can show you. And as I said, in the case of Brazil, that we have the 2050 plan that we are supporting, and other tools of short and long term. And we are also financing the National Plan of Logistics 2030 that is fundamental for the country to get in the routes that we have, that the routes that are more important in the country. In Argentina, we work strongly with the transformation topic, the energetic transformation topic, and we are doing investments in these topics of building satellites. Strongly work with the energetical prototypes that are innovated as like nuclear energy and other entities that intervene in this. And we also saw that we have some interventions in policies, and is sometimes is a little bit complicated because to have this understanding of all of the topics, but we are trying to have this demand to straight and to give positive answers, to be realistic and good administration, and at the same time evaluate and how those demands are growing, to see at what point we are gonna keep falling, working through the strengthening of these areas to be better each time. Those are some dynamics exercise that requires a continuous reflection, and above all, that involved an perfect, almost perfect align of this strategy that the banco must have with their investments in each country. So to conclude, the CAF, I want to say that we reaffirm our commitment to work with these planification instruments, since the foresight that help us. And first of all, to imagine possible futures, obviously, as one of the panelists said before, it's important to believe with the optimism point of view. We have to have a vision that we will have these changes and imagine the possible futures, and prepare our answers, that these collective answers allowed us to straight these actions, to have to this path take us to a sustainable and inclusive results. Thank you very much once again for the invitation to be part of this event. So now we conclude this part with Camila Granco. Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to start greetings Regina Secretary Regina, the representative budget secretary, and the host of this activity, executive secretary, that is CEPAL, directors of I helps and those that are online with us. I'm gonna speak in Portuguese, respecting our country. That is the host, and because of the fact that I'm the office of CEPAL in Brazil. I have a presentation that I asked that to be on the screen. My intervention, I'd like to focus on in these 10 minutes on the practical way that we have been developing CEPAL, that it calls the big push for sustainability. That is our info theoretical and analytical that has our practical interactions with the Latin American and Caribbean, including Brazil, for the build of a productive, inclusive, and sustainable future. As we have the presentation on the screen, I'm gonna start talking that to gain time because we pass a little bit on the time. So the focus of the big push for sustainability is a perspective since and for Latin American and Caribbean. So it's like a Green New Deal, and how can it be a green recover post-pandemic, looking at short term for the impact is that beneficial impacts for the low carbon investments without losing the long-term point of view. As we said in the pain of the in this morning, it's fundamental for us to look to the present, like Secretary Gaetano mentioned on his speech. Big push is structured in three big axes. The first one is the diagnosis one, and in with one we have in that one that we have do a systematic evaluations to see what are the kinds of evolutions that we have in the Latin American and Caribbean, looking through the three dimensions. What we said that is gonna be more detailed tomorrow in the presentation of our executive secretary is that Latin American and Caribbean are stuck with the three tribes of development. The one for the low capability to growth. The region is in risk of having the third lost decade. The index of economic indexes, they are low, and we have a second trap that is the social inequality, the low social cohesion that it will have to focus. Although the region have presented important advances in the beginning of the century, Latin American Caribbean is the one we have the most inequality incomes. Rodrigo mentioned those three in the beginning: the structural problems, the development on the Latin American and Caribbean. The third part is the fragile state capability. Those three traps reinforce themselves, creating this cycle of low capability of development. The second act of big push, we introduced a topic that it was really talked before, that is the emergency climate situation. How the climate emergency impacts the same categories of analysis, and what we observed that the climate emergency make the structural problems bigger. The the we have a lot of countries here in the Caribbean that we can see that we see that extreme climate events destroy infrastructures and the productions. In Brazil, we had a climate tragedy that was the floodings in the Rio Grande do Sul, and CEPAL, we evaluated this. Thank you very much. And that we evaluate and we estimated the economic cost of the floods in the Rio Grande do Sul in more than 90 billion reais, and the climate changes make it bigger. The second trap, that is the high inequalities, because we know that the effects of the global warming, they are unproportional of the populations that are more vulnerable, they suffered more, and they are more exposed to these effects of the global warming, and they are going to feel more the impacts. So those populations of on the the mountains, the ones that is closer to the rivers. So in this way, we say this sentence is that is one of the founders of CEPAL, that he said that we are not dealing with new problems, but we are dealing with the old problems that are severe now. So to see in the second dimension of the foresight, looking for the future in a scenario of this climate changes, the future that is wait for us is not the same. Not facing the global warming, we have evidences enough that is going to make these problems worse. The, we have the problem of the distribution of incomes, and we have more pressures about the institutional capabilities that are limited already. The facing of the natural disasters demand the capability of the states that it has to be still working in a lot of our countries, but I'd like to concentrate this presentation in a dialogue with the as the last panel with the hope, look into the future, look to scenarios that are of actions. In particularly, what we look here to answer the big question that we like to answer with the focus of the big push for sustainability is how to make the climate agenda of facing the disasters and reductions of emission of the greenhouse effects to do a development agenda. It start from acknowledgement of that this is not automatic. And with to be more specific, the investments of low carbon, they are not automatically a development agenda. It mentions the importance of the investments for long term of the structural transformations that we desire for a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future. So, just for an example, most part of these countries of Latin America and Caribbean, those investments of those decarbonize, they deliver the important benefits for the environment. We have to underline this in a clear way, the urgency of these investments to avoid the more problematic disasters, but they translate only in economic benefits in a way that the country bet on the productive development, other in a that this developments not translated and for things outside of the regions of the economical benefits. I refer myself specific about that the region are an liquid importer of technologies of low carbon. We are talking about electric buses that are imported, panels, aerogenerators, a lot of technologies that we import that they are from domain of outside of the region. With that, we have deeply of the external technology, someone that centers point of the big push of sustainability, that is that investments are concrete not only in the environment climate and also on generating jobs perspective and development, economical and social. Is we have to look to the dimension of the productive development.
We show some data here to give a dimension of the size of that decarbonization self-structural change. That's important according to the independent highlight level group data, climate finance. This scale of investments is 6.3 to 6.7 trillion per year till 2030 in the world level, and in Latin America and Caribbean, our estimates of CEPAL show the necessity of the mobilization of investments from 5% of GDP. In CEPAL indicates which are the 5 big strategic areas. Many of the green sustainable areas on the screen, like energy transition, electromobility, bioeconomy, and beyond it, a big push to sustainability in other areas that are strategic and represent big opportunity for the development in Latin American and Caribbean countries. My time is over, close to the end. I'll pass quickly. It will be available to you and emphasize that beyond those areas of investment, it's fundamental in a cross-cutting way, all of that, the investment in productive development. And to finish, we are in a foresight journey. We had scenarios to test the hypothesis that there is a way in which the investments, decarbonizing and adaptation accompanied by strong strategy could be real for sustainability. So we had a scenario of reference, the business as usual scenario, everything is as it is, the policies, private sector investing as the past. So the reference scenario is a reproduction of the development and structural gaps. And we have the opposite scenario for policies and a big push in sustainability. And promotion policies to incentivize economic tools to promote those investments, and also in a regulation framework, sustainable energy transition, bioeconomy, digital transformation, circular economy, and care economy. Here are what our analysis shows with big push to sustainability. It's possible to increase the growth of GDP, release the countries from Latin America and Caribbean from this trap of low capacity. The cycle of economic growth would be led by investments on the constructed scenarios, and this economic acceleration would be followed by the reduction of the green gases effect and a reduction in the level of Latin American Caribbean, and the reduction of this emission accelerated more than the climate agreement took by the region. And on the indices, those socio-economic benefits would be along with the social ones, the creation of job positions, and more than that, an increase of the wage than job position creation. They would appear in sectors that pay better. That's an exercise of foresight that we made to verify the possibility, at least in the model econometry world developed by Cambridge University called MDA, where we are developing capacity with partnership with Brazil to support the ecological plan, transformation plan. Nova Industry Brazil, the new industry policy of Brazil, and we hope to contribute with Strategy 2050. That's the new policy of the country for planning. So final consideration, just emphasize that it's possible to build this big push for sustainability. I'm available for more information, and maybe the final message is the importance of this kind of tool, the construction of scenarios, establish objectives that could be achievable, and understand how the quantitative model, the size of those impacts that we can weight. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm available for the debate. Well, I also have a question. I'd like to ask to our panelists which were the keys to change the culture and to develop the culture of anticipation. It's a hard question. I took time in CAF to say that from that year X, it's a year that needs to have this overview, because for the second time in the previous process, we took the bank inside to anticipate those scenarios to prepare future. So we saw what could be done and to face this future and how it was in the period of the pandemic, to have a view of the future. So we have this exercise, and the first decision that we would make from this scenario, just like Camila mentioned, it was to decide that the bank could transform in a green bank. And that's a huge decision, because this transversal view would have a transition and the mission objective of the agenda. And that means that in Green Bank, the target was measured to have 48% of the content green. So when they finished comparing the technical comparison and technical comparison, we had to review, try to find a system that achieve the 46% of the target. That's a big definition that we have related to this scenario, in which you try to find a way to not only look for the scenario, but we look on the topic and adding to this journey and adding the solution to this journey. And it's not only about to look that as Caribbean, but related with Latin American as well. And here we can see all of that as an adequate view. And if we look to the previous moments, we can look to the 80s, when the bank that had only 6 countries in create coffee: Colombia, Venezuela, Chile. We could start this bank, and we could enter with other countries that join from 2015, 2016. We understood that were important to incorporate Caribbean countries. It's not only a region that just some groups of the country could be marginalized. And from that, we have rules to incorporate those countries of the Caribbean. And now we have 23 countries, with an expectation next year to have other 3 countries with us. We want to achieve 28 countries. And it's very important. And we have to consider a reality for the next years, and have future solutions for current problems and new problems at the same time. I agree with that, and I believe that the pandemic moment was a big moment. We have to look to the planning and the framework problem, since the concept of build better and I think that it was an attempt to transform the tragedy everything that affected the financial structure, and we remembered it. We look at the glass half full. The moment to understand how hard were the problems, and it was lower impact than the environmental crisis. Differently of what we expect, we can foresee what we are expecting. And more than that, the extremes effects are here. So I believe that there was awareness since the pandemic of the urgency of the change of the development, and from it have from this moment proposals like the Global Green New Deal. It was like set on the debate since the recession of 2008-2009 in this context of that crisis where we got the first concepts of green growth, Rio plus 20 about green economy, the intention to reconcile economic development with climate topic since 2008-2009, since where CEPAL, since before the pandemic, we had the big push with pandemic that we create a new expression. And the concept, for the first time, we saw the countries applying packages of green stimulations, important banks, important development banks incorporating safeguards criteria. It gains a new life. And then I have to mention that this is a strategic year for our region because we have CRP here in Brasilia this week, and also because we have in Belém COP30, like a unique opportunity is Latin American COP and Caribbean COP. The region presented and supported Brazil. It was the host of this moment and also demands in a certain way to present what the countries are doing, to take something concrete in terms of results, and also an opportunity to create a future agenda for the future, to establish goals, to have this legacy of this meeting. Thank you, Jofiane. Do you have something to add related to the question or not? Is there any other comments? You are on mute. Yes, we can hear you. Very good. First of all, as Javier mentioned, always invite us to participate. I'd like to thank the community focused on the bank. If you have to be anchored on biodiversity, it's going to be financed on the next 150 years, the capacity. And looking to the blue issues of the green ecosystems, we see that nowadays the currency is the dollar linked with oil, and oil is one of the predominant energy matrix that are associated with climate. We have to go to this chapter. The green chapter is a project, so we can have this Amazon plan of reforestation that's been done for the latest 20 years. In an overview, great overview, it would imply 50 points in the Peruvian planning. In which we round the capacity of financing with co-participation of the private sector, of all the Amazon, Peruvian Amazon of development and circular development, that financing, the reduction, the improvements of the educational and health policies. So it seems that the variable on the biosphere of these topics present. So it's a public concern. So the human being is the controlling variable. 20 years of public policies, we can have a review and know what works or not. And besides its revision, to put on the space where it works and why, and to have an impact assessment. And we have a report of the meta or micro data. We have to have econometry to check system and balance, and to see the trend, climate trend, the water trend on the latest 20 years, and the best scenario of intervention. This capacity, we are using this plan with an architecture of the structure framework of Peru that could allow scale, and it's important to understand that the commitment and agreements could be legitimate. And it's time to, and at the time to implement. And we can talk about e-change. What triggers the change? And would be the moment? And we have a conjecture that generates reality, in which moment we can have this moment of change, not only on the short term, but to be a mitigation intervention for the future, seeing the climate topic, environmental topic. Now we can see the deforestation and river issue and analyze how can work from it. So we still have a show, but in this sense you have to understand how we can change this mindset and arrive to the minds to change this perspective. I'd like to share a video about the behaviors of the distinct levels that Peru has, and we have in all the regions of Latin America.
I'm gonna speed up here for you can see and see this topic. Essa é a plataforma de negócios inteligentes que nós. Oh, those are the business meeting that we have in this platform. As we see on the screen, it helps us to the budget, but also shows the territory lacks. But we understand as Peru, as all the Latin American, and each 4 and 5 years they rotated the democratic wheel, and we see a learning curve of 1 year, and that shows what we gonna need in the first and second years to do and not get delayed on the close of these gaps. And in this computer system and the evaluations, we have to see the short, medium, and long term, what effectively the doesn't change that much, but information that you can show on the first, second, and third year, if you're mitigating, and we are canceling the administration of 300 years by a scientific criteria based on its evidences. And with that, those database, they helps the relations of conflict that it starts to appear between two persons, and those two persons are going to discuss, but they are going to look to the data and they agree that the red is going to be turn green and the green is going to turn red, and they see that they are going to work together. And this reforestation plan that we have been working in CAP next year, this year and next year, will implicate a manifestation of Amazon. Not only that, but we believe that Peru is the one that has less debt, and they have a PDI good relations. They can pass this biotic greens, and with that grow the trees that are gonna take some time, and the financial system that I believe the financial system can domain the economic, and the economic domain the social, and the finances would be biotic for the first time in the country, and that helps to improve the relationship between the climate impact, the internal social impacts, and the economy and policy. Thank you very much, Javier, and also Daniela, and all of the panel that were present. Stephanie, Camila, and thank you. And let's be optimistic that the perspective is good for to take short-term decisions. We passed this to the 25 minutes, so we're gonna conclude over here. Now we invite you all the panelists for the pictures, and now we're gonna have a break for the brunch, and we are gonna go back around 2 o'clock. It's gonna be a short break, but the brunch is gonna be here, and we are gonna be back in 12 o'clock. How was the lunch? It was delicious, right? Excellent. I believe they deserve a round of applause. Really, yes. Let's us to be permanent, helping us. And we invite our presenter for us to be here with us.
Eu só estou aguardando o comando de alguém, que tem que gravar o comando de alguém. É a senhora. Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, bem-vindos mais uma vez. We ask you once again to turn your cell phones or keep them on silent mode during the whole event. So let's keep on with our activities. Now we're gonna have the presentation of the implementing the Pact of. We invited to the panel Virginia de Angela Oliveira de Paula, National Secretary for Planning, Ministry of Planning and Budget of Brazil. Welcome, Ms. Virginia. We invite also the President of IPEA for Applied Economic Research in Brazil, Luciana Mendes Santos Servo. The representative of United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, in Brazil, Mr. Joaquim Gonzalez Aleman. And we also invite the Senior Specialist Fiscal Management Division, Inter-American Development, Mr. André Martinez Fischer. And as a moderator of this panel, we invite once again Executive Secretary of CEPAL, Mr. Javier Medina Vasquez. Welcome once again. You may take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, with the floor, we have the mediator. This is an important moment because we are gonna see in a strategy that is a premise and a presentation that is brand new, that is Brazil 2050. And we have a special meeting because Brazil from now on, it's gonna be the president of RPC, and it's gonna be an example. Not only it's gonna talk about foresight, but also from the new foresight, and that is the single importance. And we're gonna talk about the implementation of the Pact of the Future International Committees of the Sustainable Development. that we are working. We now have UNICEF and IBD, and we thank for the information. And it's important to have a first level together with us. Now Virginia is gonna present the 2050 strategy of Brazil. That is a relevant accomplishment. accomplishment. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you here, our planning colleagues with our brothers nations. With we share a lot of challenges, but I believe that today we share the will of make different to transform our region in example for all over the world as sustainable development, and we believe that this is possible. And I'm gonna talk a little bit on why we believe that and what we have been doing to transform this possibility in a reality. As before my presentation, I'd like to thank this table that this panel that is a partner panel. Without them, we couldn't advance. IPEA, Luciana Servo, our greatest partner since the beginning, 2023, when we were in a journey of reconstruction of the national plan, start in the federal government, because this has been stopped in the last government, and since 2023, my president, dear Leonid, that brought Brazil back to brought Brazil together once again as I help and said that we are gonna do this planning together based on evidences. But the planning is not based only on evidences, also with the certainty that it's possible to transform the future, and this certainty is together with our kids and adolescents. And we have the pleasure and the satisfaction of that we can count with the partnerships and the federal government together with with UNICEF, that is the Fund for Children of the UN, that is a relevance here in Brazil for capacity in the governments, for us guarantee the construction of a better world for our children, for of the development of children and teenagers. And we can only see that if we can only do that if we have partners that support us and gave us structures. And IBD has been a partner since 2023 that helped in the building, on the construction of this plan, and there is an instrument that we have in our constitution. It's a budget law that guides the annually planning, and that in the last government we have a proposal of an amendment of the constitution to revoke this. And IBD in the past was a partner to make everything possible. So I'd like to greet this panel and our partners for the future when Brazil is going to be back on the return to RPC on the actively on IELPS for us to extract and consolidate our planning and budget and in our region, and to be a good one and be a different region all over the world, not for the challenges because we can never oversight them, but as a region that showed to the world that it's possible to do differently. And with this spirit, we started this creation of this strategy 2050 Brazil 2050. I'm not gonna talk about this, the challenge of the real world that was talked a lot by in the morning, that make us look to the future in a different way, but above all, we have to incorporate in each decision that we have in the present the impact of the future, that the trends that we have. So all of these works that we did, it was to change a topic that Katarina mentioned before, and the other panel said, and it was a topic of questions, how do we change the way of thinking, the mindset and the culture for us to, in fact, incorporate the future impacts in our present decisions, for us to stop being blind in the decision making, and start looking on what this transformation is going to generate for us. What are the transformations that we're going to have? So the basis of foresight, on the base of the strategy Brazil 2050, and change the culture of on how to decide, is what moved us in this rebuilding of this annual plan, that, and also to move of us in the Brazil 2050 strategy. And since the beginning, the minister, because she see as a priority this project, because she has two projects that on her heart. One of the roots of the South America to promote the integration of a region, and the other one is the long-term planning. And one of the worries that she have is that the people cannot see this plan as a simply is exercise for the future, or simply of imagining on how we are gonna be in the years. I wanna leave a compass, a map for us to advance, and this image for us too expensive because shows that, and we build this plan that changed the mindset, the way of formulate the public policy, implement the public policies for us to achieve these future transformations. There are transformations that demand collaboration, mobilization. The fragmentation is marked in our region, in our countries, and one of the biggest difficulties that we have is to generate convergence and mobilize resources and efforts for the priorities that we should move forward. So she said that clearly we have to have goals, and have this direction and guide, more than directions, orientation, because this strategy is not a directed plan. It's to guide, in inspiring, in mobilization. And after that, we went to the reference to this reformulation. We inspired in the good international best practice that is adopted about the developed country, by the developed country, by our neighbors that inspired Uruguay, Peru. We have Colombia also, the Latin America countries, Costa Rica, and others that do their own perspective analysis, and those ones that we were inspired by. And we inspired ourselves also in the Brazilian reality. The federalism is a challenge for Brazil, is acting in different levels of government and guarantee the implementation and the impact of public policies that are implemented in the decentralized way is a huge challenge. But it's also opportunity to share these best practices. And we looked within Brazil to see what are the states that have their own long-term strategy, and look for elements that we can mobilize this convergency around a bigger vision as a nation, because each planning like this has their own projection of the future, and not necessarily we see us as nations. This planning cannot work and compete with each other. And what we wanted to do is a cooperation and collaboration. And with all of these efforts that we did, we have a fundamental pillar that is federative articulation, and we did that rebuilding a network that we have in Brazil, that is the state plan secretaries network. We have this national council that get together these secretaries, and we were reactivated in 2023. We, as the federal government, we are part, and we work intensively in this 1.5 years to articulate this network, and they have a fundamental role to drive this process, because was because of the recommendations that we have the decree that is going to institutionalize this strategy. And through all of these efforts to think about the Brazil of 2050, a lot of states are reviewing their own strategies aiming to 2025. And this building was around three important questions that any planning projects and process wants us to answer to have a diagnosis of this the actual situation. Where do we want to go? What we want to be with the possibilities that we have, and what are the pathways to get there? But for us to have a mobilized plan and we have a lot of challenges to get over, and one of them is to organize in this polarized context a super party strategy. It was said before that the government should assume the democratic part. Do not count on the continuously. We have to count on the institutionalism continuously. There we have in our roots on it, but and deal with these changes is something that we are trying to incorporate, and it's not denied our is only to accept and treat them. What we wanted from the beginning from this strategy is to generate convergences on these different actors, and through these divergences we observe that it's possible to create and to get in common point of views, because we have a consensus as a nation, even with the different parties that we have in the power at the moment. So it's possible to have this consensus. So through this consensus, we see a vision of the future that are coherent and be able to mobilize those investments and the public actions and private actions and civil society as a national project with some indicators and main goals that are tools for that are essential, because we have to know where we want to go and have to have the tools to monitor to see that. And through all of this process, we needed to build these pillars of a governance that have actors from the private and public sector, and the three spheres of the federation, the municipalities, states, and federation, for them to pass those mandates and have conditions to implement them. And all of this process of building that we were doing was taught for us to create these conditions, and especially generate three aspects: change the way of thinking, the mindset of the managers and the decision maker. This we have to believe in that is possible. We have to do what we think that is possible to change this this way of thinking. The way of thinking within the federal administration for the implementation of the public policies, incorporate the impacts for the future, because we don't see that today. Within our managements, there are very commitment and in love with what they do, but at some points we cannot incorporate. We have to generate these conversions of different actors, and above all, mobilize the collaboration, incentivize the collaboration. We live in a world that is in the tension and fragmented. We have to change the way we think about it, instead of compete to one another. And all of this process was built around that. This is a small map of the structure of this strategy. Is a model of the future based on those guides I'm going to present for you. And we have this through 18 main goals that are distributed in three axes. One axis of guarantee the social rights and the development of social, and another axis of the economical development of social and climate phases. And we have an options and of have sustainability and environment together in the social part, because this social development and the environment, they cannot be disconnected anymore. Considering the climate changes, we cannot see in a different way, because we have to respect the environment and mitigate the global heating, because for us to have conditions to keep on this planet. And the third axe there is focus on the straightening of the institutions and the democracy and sovereignty that are fundamental for these constructions from the beginning of our strategy. I'm going to speak in the fast way because the process is participative and collaborative with all of the governments, with the centers of researchers that have the technical evidence, mobilizing the society because we need to have this plan in the society, bringing the civil society and the movements and talking with the productive sector that is another actor. It's an entity that has a lot of different actors, and they need this project for us to generate a third factor for the politician viability that is a key that we have to turn for this kind of strategy wants to generate the transformation that he wanted to do it. So we have public consultants and we have these digital tools. We didn't have a level of participation that we have in PPA. It was a higher level, and at this time we have the access of the platform that it was 154,000 access, and we have the society voted on the values and what attributes they wanted to see in 2050 Brazil, a sustainable country, just developed and saved. We saw everything reflected on the society. The society voted on the first actives and the problems that we have to get over for the development in the long term. We have in the states which to promote this interfederative, we have dialogues in the capitals that counted with more than 4,000 participants, were more than 250 specialized and authorities with the focus in the local. We have governors, members of the powers, the public. We have all of the control network in this journey, and we had dialogues with councils and that we have today. We have some that assessors for the president to the Council of Development country that had leaderships from the productive sector and academia, and there are almost 300 councils
participating in this construction. The counselor of the federation that articulates, we have counselors, that's a forum that connect national counselors of public policies. The committee of SDGs that gathers all the entities around SDGs. We had workshops with almost 1,000 experts and several others institutions that helped us on this journey. And as I mentioned, we had these meetings in contact with the regional consortiums that are connected with the states, so we can have this work on the territories. And then from this construction, we built resources to this strategy, an analysis, a retrospective that had as a base a research and study done by IPEA Institute. It's an asset of the Brazilian state that helps the processes, strong institution that remains through these years. IPEA now is 60 years and shows the strength of the institutions connected with the necessity of the Brazilian society. We had foresight analysis, and they were the base for the strategies of Brazil 2050. And we have a guidance for the strategic formulation. We had studies that were fundamental, so we can have this diagnosis, and we can look at the possibilities of the future, what we need to do about public policies to shape our future. We have a special participation is the letter of the youth with the support of the UNICEF. We could connect with the present generation and will be the future generation that will make this decision. So we can have this intergenerational pact and see what are the demands. So we got over 50,000 people involved, over 130 institutions that we had inside the federal government, and also in the state and municipal governments, administrations. Research Center. This is the process, some of the pictures that we got in which diversity were the focus. So we need to have the real picture of Brazil, and we could heard the necessities of the youth that feels the problems that we were not able to solve as nation. We answered those three questions always in a participative way. What country we are nowadays? We have all those challenges, as Camila showed, and a lot of assets in a climate change scenario and technological transformation, energy transition. We have huge potentials that we can leverage, and we have to look at it in a serious way and change conditions so we can develop it. And one challenge that we got, it was to generate the sense of urgency, and we got that with the studies. And first to do it, we had to mobilize the players. So we used the diagnose since the starting point of the process to aware the make decisions, make the decision, and we had some data from the challenges that Brazil has, like regional inequalities. And for centuries, we are not able to overcome, it's not even decades. Our demographic transformation, we are getting old, and that's going to promote profound change. Only even in pension sector, the health and care policies, education. Nowadays, we can leave no one behind. In a context of the reduction of the active population, it requires for us to do robust investments in training and capacity building of people. So to show what are the impacts of the aging of the population on these public policies. It associates the social protection non-related to pension, and as a sustainability of the program, we need balance on it. Climate change, other critical point for Brazil. Through those years, climate plan was reviewed. It's a very relevant instrument for climate policy in Brazil. And we act with the Ministry of Energy and Climate Change. That's other experience. We not redo work, we not overlap any entity. We add effort. So everything that were built on the climate plan, as in the elaboration of the logistic plan, we put it on the strategy, and we also share our resources so we can have an agreement of planning. And we had one study that show the course of climate scenario. If nothing be done, what's the real impact in some economic variables like GDP? So we can generate the sense of urgency. So in one scenario of global warming of 4 degrees Celsius, we don't even will be able to achieve it, because in 2 Celsius It's a no returning point. But when we started this study, we didn't know that the limit was 2.7 Celsius. But in 4 Celsius, it's a scenario of a loss of 17 trillions of reais of loss. What would be 3 trillions of dollars? And lost 4 billions of job positions, and we would have physical impact and impacts on people's lives. Productivity of the workforce is a trap. There are constant challenge for decades, and here we got the countries of the BRICS and how they improved. And one of the keys for it is to invest on capacity building and on our human capital. For us to answer the other questions, what countries do you want till 2050, and other resources were used. So we would have, as I said, trends and uncertainty. We identify 14 that affects directly Brazil, and this analysis was made from our research with 300 experts, and the survey they identified the priorities and submitted to analysis and methodologies for us to see these trends. Climate change, technological transformation, and demographic transition, and it has a ripple effect on the other trends. They are available in these public documents, and from the identification of the mega trends and uncertainties, we had these possible scenarios focusing on several target scenarios. The country that we would have recognized by its development model with sustainable growth and leadership on the green economic, so we can overcome the challenges and inequalities. And so the society can have a lot of benefits with that. And the other possible scenarios act as a guidance to make decisions that take us to different scenarios. So we have this view of future based on articulation with the Intercouncilor Forum. It was validated with these councilors, and we got this vision of future developed nation and innovative that growth with just social and environmental justice and ensure opportunities for everyone. This vision of future reflects the most voted attributes that came from the public hearing, that was justice, economic and social justice. So we think that's very important to put targets that could mobilize the players for us to achieve them. And so we can monitor the progress with this view of future. So related to development proxy, in which can achieve is to double the GDP per capita, reduce 20% income inequality, so can have an index of 0.4, and all of that was tested with IPF Foundation Institute to eliminate poverty, $6.85 per day, per diem, and a sustainable country. This is the Paris Agreement target. We need to achieve it to achieve the reduction of the green gases emission. These are the values that we have to have: sovereignty, democracy, equality, diversity, solidarity, values that are on the federal constitution, but they need to be remembered every day, so they need to be crystallized in this strategy to guide our action and are complemented by guidelines that gives intensity to the values. As I mentioned, how we build the future, a little bit of the result of the public call that we got. And this is the big map of the strategy, our vision of future with the values that gives the base, our national targets with indicators, and 18 national objectives in a long term that summarize the main challenges and the main ambitions in which we want to overcome and the ambitions that we want to achieve through 2050. Each target is unfolded in strategic guidelines. The strategical guidance are guidelines that express measurement that needs to be prioritized so each goal could be achieved. But the detail, how to achieve it, is done by the sector national plans that we got. We have several, over 30. And the difficulty is to ensure that they would be coherent and generate this required synergy to have this vision of future. So we are willing to promote coherence from the different instruments of planning and financing. And we have a guideline that guides external financing. And we have some criteria, and we have the strategic ones from the budget law. Right, André? André is a partner, and CAF is also a partner, and we want this convergence, including banks, institutions, in this process of participation, so they can look to this strategy. How the objectives were built, all the formulation are followed by indicators of goals, and it was validated with the ministries because they are the ones that going to be responsible for the implementation of it. This is an example. The document's not public yet. It was consolidated yesterday, delivered to the minister for ratification before the deployment. That will become a decree. So it's just a tasting of the strategy. This is one of the objectives that we got that's associated with the view of the future. Green gases emissions, strategic guidelines, and one of the objectives of the X number 3. The objective of transformation of the states present on this document. Other important elements are the regional perspectives. Brazil is very big and very diverse. So we can't have just one strategy for the whole territory. We have a common vision of future, but different, and potentialities that are different that could be stimulated in each of the Brazilian region. It was done a study that tried to identify which were the municipalities that are most vulnerable from a multidimensional analysis about economic and social indicators and also environmental ones, in which we visualize some standards, some patterns, convergence, so we could prioritize and define a group of guidances that are most related to those challenges. It was a collaborative process based on evidence, and the regional perspectives unfolds in indicators and achievements and targets to each one of the 5 regions, so it can incentivize the convergence and less competition between the municipalities and states. The work with the Counselor of security brought challenges of the planning in a long term. It was done through this year. They are the keepers of the planning methodology, and through the identification of those challenges, they promote some recommendations for us to adopt on this strategy. This document was delivered to the minister, and it was a base to build a draft that will deploy this strategy. And we have a norm by the counselor to deploy and to have a document. So what we want with that, and several of the results we showed that it was possible. First of all, it's to have a robust strategy with conditions of implementations, deployment, so can be able to build a base of a governance, to have a long-term strategy and to promote this connection. And we are doing that since it is process of construction. So we have different instruments. The main one that will approve the new strategy and stop with the old one. It was done in a different way that's close and very strict, without any participation. We'll have a decree. And we have other strategies, so this initiative could have roots spread, and the ones that are willing to undo that will have a hard work. This is when we say, when we talk about a challenge about intergenerational commitment, we had a work along with UNICEF, so we would have the youth present on the processes, because we have young people that should have the same rights of voice, that could be equal to the economic and legal sector, and consolidate a ladder that would be in this document. And that's another thing that's unique. And the good thing was the network that we had with that. This is a sample of the partners that we got, and we are grouping. And the strategy is the starting point for us to be able to follow this guidance of this thinker, that's Celso Furtado. And our reason of inspiration for us to go forward with this sector, that's the one that's capable to change people, to change the world, with Paulo Freire. Everything for us to leave this situation of unbelief, because sometimes we don't even start work because we think we're not going to be able to finish, but we can get committed with the current era. I'll read it. The ones that instead of visit tomorrow, the future, by its engagement with here and now, are linked to the past of exploitation and routine. Let's be bold with responsibility to change our countries and humanity and people's lives.
Just a few times I could see a live presentation like this. And this woman was one of the most important ones for the study of the future, to be transformed, sustainable, those criteria, but not all the time they are fulfilled. And over here we've been seeing this. So let's go to the comments and the interventions. Let's ask first of all for Luciana, for you to start. I'm gonna speak in Portuguese. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation from the CEPAL and CEPON to be here. CEPAL is the institution that is the partner that is partner from IPAEA. We have 50 years of partnerships, and as Virginia said, since we started the governments, that we are holding hands, working together to go beyond UNICEF and IBD. They are fundamental. But I'd like to thank the opportunity to be here. There is a lot of things of all of the questions that we have on this panel that I'd like to highlight is that this commitment of long-term planning is more than a vision of the future. It should be a policy compromise as policy with the generations that we have to build what we imagine what it is a developed country, developed region. In our case, the declaration of development is a declaration that beyond the economical that we have together with the development, we have also the sustainability, inclusive and just as pillars of this process. And when we are talking about Brazil 2050, those are the axes that are going to guide this transformation. But the economical part is over there, but the part of development with all of those other pillars, we see clearly. And when we are talking about our region, Brazil is not a unicorn. We use unicorn when we use a very different thing that appears that we didn't even know that exists. But Brazil is not a unicorn. It's a country that reflects the challenges that we have in our region. The region, as we discussed, probably discussing this morning, but I wasn't here to see. But we have maintenance problems of sustainable growth. We have serious issues of inequalities, serious issues of politics and poverty, and we have serious matters of integration in our region. And all of those processes are fundamental when we are talking about a national perspective that we were talking when we talk about Brazil 2050, but understanding Brazil as a part of the development. And in this way, these transformations that we need, they are not going to be thinking as a short-term strategy. They're not can think of the strategy that each 4 years we have to renew. It has to be thinking a long-term process. We have to have this long-term perspective, and some things that we have in the Brazil 2050 and the vision of foresight and we have to get these things that is fundamental for us to start to think about this the long-term planning. And other thing, you have to have a strategy view of long-term strategy view. But now we have all the other issues that we are gonna probably be talking about this next two panels, that everything depends on the capacity building and the capability of the society. And starting with the institutions, you have institutions that if you don't have memory so when I said that IPAEA has 60 years and Banco do Brasil that is 150, and we wanted to be part of this Brazilian state. This is fundamental. And when we see this plan and then we're gonna drink in the funds that what we already done, this is fundamental. We don't reinvent in every short term. So this institutional strength is vital for us to have this long term planning, the perspective, the foresight with all of our states. We have lost the capacity of planning. And when we think about the long term, we have to have a robust methodology. So when you have the discussion of Brazil 2050 and how can we, when we have this strategy that can be working through all other methodologies, this is also fundamental. And the state capacity, I believe that we're going to discuss it later, it involves you to capacity building the people that are working in the states with these methodologies. And in this way, what CEPAL together with IPEA, CEPLAN and other partners is to recreate and strengthen this capacity buildings through trainings that are the other chapters that are going to talk about it on Friday. But without it, we're not possible. I'm going to give you an example. IPEA has 60 years. It worked with planning since the beginning. It was created to think about the national plans and economical plans. But IPEA, the foresight capacity that they have, it seems to like a wave that is go further that you don't see it anymore. IPEA, we didn't have any foresight instilled, but and when Seplan starts saying, let's think about the long term, and you do the first side, we don't have capacity for that. We have capacity for this and that, but not for this. We have a partnership, and we have to create this capacity. So we started thinking about the creation that could be sustainable, that doesn't depend with only the period of the politicians to do as an institution. Imagining in the public bureaucracy, imagining on the state, we don't have this capability that established, is going to be a problem. Beyond that, we have here another challenge, another pillar, that is the intergeneration. We have a lot of intergeneration challenges. We have that is thinking about the youth and children in the process, that our capabilities to offer them creations of capacity building, they are still in creation. I'm talking about education, the labor market, and at the same time, with the aging, that we are looking for something that sometimes I was in the we talk about as demographic transformation, and we are talking like we weren't prepared, and we are going after this. That is a challenge right now, and having to work all of the challenges, all of our youth and our kids. That so if I don't think about it in the long term, and it's at some years, 25 years, 30 years, I'm gonna be still talking about it, and the children's were already adults now. And then, what as I see, 60% of my population are black young people. Most of them doesn't born in the regions that have opportunity for jobs. They live in regions that don't have opportunities. We have kids in the educations that are not working. If we don't think about in the long term, we can think about a future in our national state, and all of the national states is fundamental. But how do I create this intergeneration vision? At the same time, I deal with the problems of a national social security, and I have the education for the kids. Is thinking about the opportunities that we have in each space. If I think about the aging as a problem, I'm not doing right in our case of 2050 Brazil, is to say that we are in a territory, in a place that I cannot import models of technology or systems or offer of jobs of developed country. If I can develop all of these technologies and these models over here, we can export to other countries where they also be needed. And then I create a product system of organization of the states that can help us in our development process. Some technologies as the process of the relationship between youth and aging that are more integrated in the system of the social security. And in this way, the institutions that are here, they are fundamental because they are not going only to work in evidence for public policies, but also working this capacity building process, this process of exchanging I know that it was said in the morning. How do you do a G20 last year with all of the challenges? Where is going to happen? And we have this capacity that we have of exchange of institutions and the development banks, and we get lost this because the G20 is going to be in a country that don't facilitate the debate. Once again, we have to expect for maybe for 2027 to retake this topic. It cannot be this way. Our institutional problems in all of these moments are fundamental for this capacity doesn't get lost in the way. But for that, I have to have dialogue and also have to think about the future. Think on how do we do with UNICEF, as I have the public budget mapping for these capacities in the youth and all of the other things. So this one is, I think, is my first observations that I saw from the planning, and congratulate for all of the effort after that's a planning Ministry of Planning that putting planning in the center of this process. Thank you very much. Mr. Joaquin, please. Good afternoon. I'm gonna speak Portuguese because we are here in Brazil. I thank once again for the interpreter that's gonna be interpreting me. I liked a lot this presentation. They are very the plan is very good for also for pay. I liked it a lot. I have to speak closer to the mic. I'm very honored to be here and representing my general director from that is in Panama, and I'd like to thank the invitation of the executive secretary from the Ministry of Planning and Budget here in Brazil. And on behalf of the UNICEF of Caribbean, it's an honor to be part of this panel to discuss on how to strengthen the planning and the public financing for the next 25 years to guarantee the rights of children and adolescents in a scenario that are more complex today. The decisions took by the planning for the policies, they have a lot of implications for the life of the kids and teenagers. There are not enough resources. They don't have a good directions, can be influential on the life of children. So we have to have services and programs that allow them to develop and live, to learn and be protected against exploration, live in a safe environment and clean one, and have opportunities in life. Today we have crises that are driven by conflicts of geopolitical and economic. We have climate change and discrimination that threat some achievements that we have for the last years. 2/3 of those main goals of the sustainable development that are for the youth until 2030, they're the wrong way in the context of the growth of insurgency, the condition as kids as subjects of the right, they are being disconsidered or contested, but it's still evident to guarantee this the rights based on evidences is capable to face the structures and the violations, and strengthen the and amplify the resiliences in this way. And when we are closing the third quarter, we have to think about the 25 years with these questions: how we can assure the future as the rights of the kids could be fulfilled, a world where all of them survived and have the whole potential that they have. The whole situation of 2000 and the future of change, we have tendencies that we saw, trends that we saw in Brazil, of long-term trends that is going to change the life of kids until 2050, the demographic, the climate crisis, and technologies. We expect that until 2050 we're gonna have 8 more kids available exposed to the heat waves, and almost the double on risk of the fires. The impacts with above are not going to be the same, depend on the age, the socio-economic context, and the access of the basic services. A kid that lives in a we have there will have a more changes of survive when to recuperate of the environmental shocks than the other ones, the guarantees.
Other mega trends of the border technology like AI are part of the daily base of the children, presenting apps, toys, learning platforms, and offers educational advance in health and several risks without governance like matters like privacy and ours could reinforce the discrimination achieving the marginalized groups and children with discapacities. And beside it, digital exclusion is still a problem in 2024. Over 95% of people in high-income countries were connected to internet against 26% of low-income countries. The mega trends offers indicators that are important about the challenges and opportunities that children can face in the future. When you understand these implications to children, we can understand the challenges and the opportunities that are about to come. The essential is to put the children's rights, like in the children's rights statement, agreement in the center of our strategies. In Brazil, we have a study that I can show you that shows in 2023, 55% of children and adolescents, almost 29 million, lived in a multidimensional situation of poverty with privation of fundamental rights like literacy, sanitation, and water access. Those data shows that we should strengthen public policies with the required transformation so don't left any children behind. I would like to mention the work of the Ministry of Management that creates the budget law, created the cross-cutting agenda of children and adolescents. It sets the monitoring of the relevant policies and promote its articulation as a priority and the efficient allocation of the resources. Through this governmental planning, nowadays we are extending this collaboration for the subnational entities, extending the cross-country agenda in the state PPAs and municipalities as the main planning instrument of the policy in Brazil. It's an experience we believe that's unique in the region. UNICEF promotes citizenship and social accountability of children and adolescents, ensure their right to participate of the make decision space. This commitment is made by the strength of the capacities and the offering of tools that make easier their insertion in the governmental structure, regardless race, sexual orientation, specific necessity. Everyone has the right to get involved in the families, schools, municipalities, states, countries. In this sense, we incentivize governments and civil society, international agents to create inclusive spaces accessible for children and adolescents to have conversations with the decision makers. In the landmark of the 2050 Brazil's strategy, the Secretary of Planning and Budget recognized the importance to hear the youth. UNICEF was invited to contribute with its technical expertise for the meaningful participation of this population in this consultation process. One example was the virtual workshop, Brazil That We Want, in which the youth shared their views for the future. They were invited to write letters projecting their lives in 25 years, highlighting what they need, the actions that need to start today. to achieve the potential of development. As a result, they consolidated the contribution of this youth to fight racism, violence, and they required also sanitation, quality of the education, inclusion of people with the capacities and neurodivergence, and the production of religious tolerance are the objectives of that are on this ladder. And the youth wish to see it on as a mission of the country. When they were asked about hope, they said to build a good future but viabilized with public policies ensuring the basic rights of people's lives. And they were committed to contribute to build an equal Brazil that values diversity, invest in education environment, and ensure that children and adolescents could be heard and protected. So in Brazil, it's important to strengthen and create efforts to plan, monitor, and qualify public policies linked to boys and girls. UNICEF agrees has this commitment to ensure a fair future to every children and adolescent. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I will speak Portuguese because the slides that were prepared are in Portuguese. We are in Brazil. First of all, I'd like to thank for the opportunity to be here with you. Thank you so much. CEPAL for the invitation, CEPLAN. It's a privilege to share this table with our partner and friend, Virginia, Luciana, and my dear friends, Joaquin and Javier. Brownie friends. And caipirinha that we'll have later. Otherwise, we have to experiment Brazil. So I just like to say the great joy that I have to see this plan being made. I remember when we were delivering, you had that event of the cross-cutting deliverables and were thinking about the next challenge. And I remember that we met a few months later, and I remember that was a very high mountain to climb, and now we are here. It was a great effort. And then I would like to congratulate Virginia, Flavia, Fabiana, that leaded this effort inside CEPLAN, and a high level quality work that brings this heterogeneous view how it should be a plan, because Brazil is very diverse, regional, diverse, and with a clear view where we want to be and how to do it. Once again, congratulations. I would like I agree with everything that was said. For my colleagues, I have a defect. I work on fiscal matters, and I always see things with this point of view. And I would like to show the challenges to implement not only this plan, but several other policies in the short, medium, and long term that public finances will have. That's a required condition. So every other things could be able to happen in a soft way. Because many of the things that we mentioned already have economic and social implication, but also an fiscal elements that's very important. And in a context where our country has a small space for fiscal, we have this period of pandemic that elevate the debt. Fiscal space to have more expenses were reduced. So as we saw, this agenda will require a very smart investment on public policies. So we need to think how to have a bigger fiscal space, to have these budget allocations that allowed this pathway that was traced by Brazil 2050. We know our countries still have social necessities that are very big and required state intervention that's very big, and the necessity are going to get bigger, and that will pressure the public expenditures. We talked about the demographic transition. With that, we'll have several effects under public expenditures. We will have an elderly population that won't produce any economic production. We need pension, retirement, and people that now are getting sick from chronic disease that are more expensive, and our health sector are public. It will generate pressures on the budget in a very important way. We have the aspect of the youth to rethink how we expand in education, to take advantage of new technologies, to have that in a more productive way, to not only double GDP per capita, but to finance health and pensions. That's an intergenerational topic that needs to be taught in this sense. And on the other hand, a third axis, climate change. We talked about the economic and social impact, etc. But we also have fiscal impacts that are very important, as mentioned from Virginia. The warming will generate an impact on the economic activity because it's the taxation base. It will decrease the revenues. On the other hand, warming is taking to a higher intensity of the natural disasters. When you have a natural disaster, economic activity is affected, and it requires expenditures to support the facilities and the vulnerable population. It happens more frequently in a more aggressive way. Those impacts on public finance will grow. And as mentioned this morning about the topic of energy transition, as one of the goals of Brazil 2050, the fact that the liquid emissions of the carbon of the country would become neutral to 2050, aligned with Paris Agreement. And that requires, obviously, an investment of our countries, because the way as we produce will require a transformation. Now we produce based in fossil fuels, and our process needs to be transformed to green process and clean processes, and that requires a lot of investment that's going to be fostered by the state. So I would like, I want, I'm not wishing to bring bad news, but this topic, it's good to think how to finance that in a sustainable way. Debt topic, it's a very important for transgenerational fairness. It's an asset that the administration has that need to be paid, and who is going to pay it in the future? The future generation, the youth. We are using this debt that's a low one, and in the future will be paid by the generation that will be impacted on the situation to finance this kind of public policies. So sustainability of the public debt is a macroeconomic topic. We need to think from a finance point of view of public policies and intergenerational justice. So a future generation won't be paying this debt and pensions and health that belong to us. We are using at this moment. So to me, sustainability, the topic of debt sustainability is necessary to talk about it because we have a very reduced fiscal space and we need to take actions on this sense. Think on this topic of fiscal sustainability and alignment between planning and budget topics, and a new element that's the quality of public expenditures, because our countries, they have an efficiency problem. Efficacy and effectiveness in the exercise of public expenditure. It was reported by a IDB document some years ago. What would be the level of technical inefficiency, and it was 4% of the GDP in the average of countries. So this is money that's being wasted because we could achieve the same results, spend less 4 points, or spending that in priority areas. We have been talking with Virginia about these other instruments that help us on the sustainability of the public debt and the quality of public expenditures, and how those tools have to be aligned with this planet, not only of the budget law, but a long-term plan, because we know that what's not in the budget is not a priority, and Brazil 2050 needs to be a priority. So we need to think in this integrated way between the different instruments to allocate the budget today in the future. This fiscal capacity, as Luciana mentioned, I'm talking about the fiscal capacity to viabilize that. And here I brought some of the examples, a topic that's being debated by the partners of the Secretary of Monitoring and Assessment to review the expenditure is an analysis to improve the systems that I mentioned of the quality of public expenditures that allows to redesign public policies and reallocate resources of public policies where we know that are going to be more efficient. Because right now we cannot waste resources in public policies that are bad designed, don't have a purpose, not defined, because of all the challenges that I mentioned. It's a moral duty of the state, and the urgency of the topic and the existent necessities are very important. Another instrument that I think it's fundamental and it's related with the topic of the planning in a medium and long term are the fiscal landmarks in a medium term, are the instruments that had a macro fiscal analysis of the situation of the country currently and in the future. And then we can see the pressures of expenditures and which measurement we have to take to avoid that those pressures become a reality or to reduce it because of the priorities of public policies that we have. And today we hope that the public policies that came through the long-term plan are going to be in the budget law. That's going to generate pressures and a way to viabilize those public policies and to see for an instrument that helps on these priorities are the landmarks of long term.
And I also like to show you over here this topic that is that we talked a lot, that is the transversality, since the PPAs that were defined, 5 transversalities that guide the main goals and the public policies of this plan. There are children and adolescents and teenagers, environment, race, gender, and indigenous people. I remember all them correctly, right? And I believe that Brazil innovated in a lot in this matters. That is not only to have this NPPA, that is that the budget law, that is a way to make viable this for this population groups that are more vulnerable and need more attention, but also in a partnership with SOFI we elaborate some guides about the transversalities. Those are for the management of the public policies, and the main goal of this is that this management internalize in the design of the implementation of the public policies those transversability, and they see the importance is for this and to have this in their mind. This is a cultural change that is very important for us to attend and to have efficacy to improve the quality of life of people. And another initiative that we have in the planning ministry is the markers. We identify them, the different public policies, which ones are aligned and which one of them contribute with some main goals of transversality, and that allows to measure the efforts that those states are doing for the attention of the public policies, and allowed to have evaluation of the expense to resolve these problems, and also allowed to be more ambitious to achieve these main goals. And in this way, I'd like to show you these 3 topics because they are very they are transformative, and we have everything to work here in Brazil, and it's a situation that all of our countries need to have this kind of visions of the transversalities. And finally, we have a roadmap of some questions to discuss over here, and how the multilateralisms contribute in this agenda. Virginia knows it well, that's why she's laughing. And it's with pleasure. So technical support with the capacity building. For an example, we built a very rich partnership with for the elaboration of the Brazil to 2050. We have in our officer in IBD to have workshops. We support having some consultants, financing some projects. So this is a topic that is very expensive. It's for these capacities that Luciana was talking about to happen. The generation of knowledge and a multilateral perspective, including exchange experience between countries that our colleagues already mentioned before. Inclusion of the priority agendas in the public investment through the operations. We are development bank. We lend for our for different goals, and we work for mandates of our executive director, and we have to have this transversal vision in our projects from the climate investments and diversity and gender. And also a topic that it was very discussed by Virginia is the cooperation that we have between the federal government and supranational governments. In Brazil, the supranational governments has a very important weight in the fiscal and during the public policies. And we also have a relative power in the center from other countries in our region, and that's why any long-term agenda, any topic should be aligned with the supranational governments to be successful. And us in IBG, we have, fortunately, we have a strong penetration in the topics about the lands for the federal governments. We have a good relationship with the states. We have technical networks in the states, and that a lot of times we work a little bit to get closer to these initiatives for the federal government, for the subnationals, and vice versa, because the federal government sometimes has a lot to learn from the states. And for us, it's a great pleasure to have this bridge, to be this bridge between these two levels of government, because I believe that is a very good strategy. So I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. We have a very rich panel with a lot of ideas, not only about the methodological structure and how we have all of these, the strategic vision of Brazil 2050, but the matters of the challenges and implementation. I'm going to summarize them. Luciana mentioned the matter of the generation, how we vinculate and we work with the youth and also with the elderly, the challenge of the construction of the capacities that we have to have a development of new capacity and the challenges of preparation, institutional preparation, the challenges of the territorial symmetries, and we also comment about the challenges of the budget that we complemented with André, with challenges for the youth and children and teenagers that would mention and reaffirm but Joaquin that's made us see an important point that is the point of the children and adolescents that have their own rights. That is a topic with a lot of contradictions, and this vulnerability of the environment, of the territory that we have with the groups who have a lot of examples of this. And we have to think about the strategies and policies for the youth. And finally, André made us think that of something that is very necessary when he said, why we planning that if everything is going to change? And it's because everything is going to change that we have to be planning. And that's why the people see this as something incredible, this study. But I already did this study in 2006, and people don't think it like this because the budget we have in 30 and 60 and 90 days, and they don't have the lapse of time in their mind, but exists, and this fiscal matters and long-term development is essential. You mentioned a lot of topics that are very important. The idea of rethink about the public investment, especially we have the matter of, and we rethink the topic, and we have a new panel about new proposals to rethink the fiscal impact, and we also have the topic of climate changing that is very necessary of rethinking about the energetic transition. We have to also rethink, and the structure change of the productive cycle, the public adapts, and the fiscal spaces, and the reduction of the public spendings. And something that is very important for me is the matter of the resources that we have by inertia. We don't have resources for strategies, but sometimes we have resources for the routine, and we lost these elements in the way. And you talk about the fiscal for the long term, and the difficulty of aligning the urgent and the viability of public policies and the prioritization, and also the possibilities that have the transversally and see the needs of working the cultural change through mechanisms as budget mark. And I believe that it's very clear that academic institutions like IPEA, and institutions like the development banks, institutional entities that Virginia said before, and that we need to keep working to make a reality of these efforts, and we have to have a little bit of change. And I suggest that we can keep to the next panel. We're going to talk about similar topics about implementation. So I suggest is that when we have the questions are should be only one question, and then we go back to the main panel. And congratulations for the project Brazil 2050. Flavia Fabiano, I'd ask them to stand up because they are the two people that represent all the team of Ceplan that believed that it's possible to have a different plan, to have a different Brazil, and those two were very brave, and they were co-leaders to this work, and without them, and none of this would be possible. Thank you. I'd like to highlight that Brazil 2050 shows something that is very important, that is the magic of the building of the future, and that that is everything that we fell in love, and the building of the future. And anticipation is the beginning of the perspective of the foresight, and these actions and constructions that generate the adrenaline, and we have to take care because you're not going to stop doing in your life. So that is why something that is addictive and very beautiful, and especially the will of having a better country, and that is well reflected in this team and all of the institutions that collaborate. So I don't want to get lost in of anything, and it also reflects everything that we have in institutionalization, and all of the budget matters, and and all of the regions, all of the critical matters that we talked before. There are a lot of times that we have, and we feel the impact at this moment. So that's great. So let's skip to the next panel, and we will invite. Um, Thank you very much for all of the panelists. Well, the next panel, we are going to talk about the lessons and key factors for implementing for foresight in Latin American and Caribbean. For that, we invite for this next panel once again Javier Medina Vasquez, president of the. We also invite Mr. Carlos Mendonça, Secretary of Planning and Programming of the Presidency of Guatemala. Wayne Henry, Director General and Chairman of Planning Institute of Jamaica. We also invite Vice Minister of Planning and Public Investment of Dominican Republic, Martin Francos. Ms. Carolina Paredes, Head of Department of Sustainable Development of Ministry of Economy and Finances of Paraguay. Ms. Ana Karen Varecilo, Deputy Secretary of State and Secretary of Strategic Planning of Honduras, that is going to be in a virtual mode. And we also invite Ms. Valeria Torres, the Head of Public Management and Open Governments of Latin American and Caribbean of CEPAL, for the moderator of this, to be a moderator of this panel. You are welcome. You may have your seats, and with the floor, the moderator. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to moderate this last panel of this afternoon. And as we mentioned before in the previous panel, the importance of the strength of the protective capabilities, that is one of the tasks that is a priority of CEPAL since their origins, that it has been a long time. And in this context, to get in the discussions, I'm gonna invite our secretary, Mr. Javier Medina Marquez, for him to show us the results of the perspective and what we have to see in these regions for us to understand the challenges and the opportunities on the region. This is initiatives that we are gonna see in a project of the United Nations for Development that allowed us to guide in a more adequate way the efforts that we do with the countries of the region. And in this way, Javier, please, you have the floor. So This inquiry that we set challenges and opportunities for the perspective on the function of the public in the Caribbean is very special because we repeat this a survey that we did before in 2022 and 23, and that showed us to see the progress that we have related to some critical factors. A presentation is gonna be short because we're gonna have a study that it was led by the development area, especially by Sandoval, with Maria Pilar Delano, que está. And let's make the summary of what we found. Well, we already talked about of why and for what we have this perspective, but I'd like to highlight two elements that are fundamental. And we exist because we face these changes, that these changes are getting faster and with a lot of complexity, that we have a lot of uncertainty, that sometimes we talk about some crisis, but we saw it with clear examples that we can do, and is necessary to do it, and is technical factible. So we see this perspective as a tool of anticipation of decision of better opportunities, and we have these technical features. We like to we get to know the region, identifying opportunities and implementation of the perspective, exploring some institutionalization mechanism and understanding as a system, and organize at all of the levels of government. This methodology is like a survey in three languages with over the 300 answers, and with all of the planning that American Institute saw. And this is the double that we have in the previously survey. So over here we have the design of the publication and the digital platform, the answers, the quantity of the data, the cross of the data and the analysis, and finally the process of the results that are on the website of CEPAL, and we have anticipation of the documents. Why is that important? Because we don't have almost real data on how to implement this perspective in this region. That's why I believe that is very meaningful. And in this demographic profile, the participations, 62% of them were male and 48 women is a real data. 67 are more over 50 years. They are disconnected by the youth, and besides that, it's a worry that it's a concern about a structure, and we are going to talk about some interesting features that we have here of this level of answers. 47% of federal level and 28.5 in academic level. But the first note that I use about the first site in this sample, it's very standard in the institutions. Before it was 1.8. They talk about the first site and identified practice of interest that we mentioned, as we mentioned before in this morning, especially in Chile and Uruguay, is the same of the multiple regional networks from UNESCO, and the open network of first site of the development technology. And this is a good news for us to start. But when we got deep in the use of the foresight, we can see 48% used foresight for institutional diagnosis, and 13.8 to have the international commitment, and 12 by legal demand, and 4.8 to make viable the citizen participation. And that showed us that we have a foresight of participation more than action, because this connects with the citizenship.
The follow point, that's a key point to us, is the following one. The question is how you linked with the topic of governance. So here we found that 46% are very related, 32 totally related, and the other nothing or didn't answer the survey. That's important because when you look for tomorrow, the planification agenda for development, we try to understand the bridges between those functions, between governance, foresight, and the public policy coordination and monitoring of the organization. And that's the idea that the perspective is linked with the governance and the participants' point of view, and seems a good indicator. Other key question, which are the main obstacles to incorporate the perspective, because we know that 36.46% are political factors, 21% are technical, 18% cultural, 14% normative, and 10% financial. Why it's relevant? Because the current situation, like Artuli mentioned this morning, those decision makers do not find perspective, or they're not interested, or they don't have in their mind, so it's very hard to make it viable. The point 3, technical obstacles, that's the development of capacity in 16.45 cultural points. It shows that's necessary to finance the culture in a long term of people, and the normatives for political willingness for this topic in the mind of people that are decision makers. And the following question seems that's very relevant when we ask if there is important deficits in the matter of strength, the capacity in foresight, if they received training. We have this huge data that 74% of people never were trained. So something that they are learning how to do, something that they are learning instead of their jobs. They are learning by participating, and they have a very big space in the training process. 15.5% just receive training for this topic. And the board of directors has to do something. You have to regulate efforts of capacity building in this area and have capacity to strengthen this education. The other question, what's the main condition of success so can be able to have adequate foresight? Something was related with some of a discussion, the interinstitutional coordination that reinforced the experience that we have in Brazil, the normative landmark, technical capacity, political willingness, and the citizen participation. That showed us that we have space for development of the institution of foresight. And what we have been seeing in Latin American experience is that the regulatory landmark that are fundamental for the laws that required us to have the foresight and for the plans of development. So we have to work on those topics. And the topic of institutional coordination, that's vital. One important point in the people's perception that talked about one of the most important topic. We represent a step ahead of the traditional governance, multi-authorous and permanent, that established anticipation. Institutions are more trained for higher response, better response. It seems a very interesting link. And about the main recommendation to develop a culture in the long term, the points to improve this perspective, this discussion that we had this morning about those elements of the awareness of this cultural development. The second place would be the entities that we got in Latin America. We have a lot of collaboration. Like here in Latin America, we have the central banks that are autonomous entities with capacity that have their own development, that takes care of people that are around. And we have to talk about the institutions for the future. And other texts on the United States on this topic of institution dedicated to foresight are being mentioned. In each region, we have a very important field to develop. Well, we talked about Chile and its institutionality, but we had to go forward because we have other topics of stable financial resources that are behind. Also, other topics that we can develop the foresight that we have in the United Nations labor programs 2.0, foresight and non-action, data, digital transformation, and behavior. This message is important because it's not only about foresight, but data and digital transformation to have evidence, and also to have capacity to go ahead and have actions through ideas of behaviors. Another topic that we mentioned is the necessity to promote multi-sectorial view and territorial point of view. With those elements, we can conclude that we mentioned several topics and we want to focus on the main points. One of the fundamental topics is that the sample that we saw, we got a concentration of the work on the regions, and it's not on the local level. And one of the strategy of this collaboration is to work with the future labs on the territory. One panelist said that would foster this program. The second, no, is not something good. The generation gap of gender. 65% of people on the survey are over 50. Only 2% are under 30, and its majority are male. This strategy is the disconnection of the youth, and they need to be involved on the future to work with programs for youth and women. That's a very interesting subject because we got people that are being prepared for it. And the third new It's the ambivalent because it's centralized. 69% had the foresight in ministry and academia. It has a lack of academia that's very important for this dialogue and public actions. And the ministries and the territories and the sub-regional space. The fourth element that is important is the integration and the limited participation. Is to say that we have an academic topic, a low level of the presence of civil society, we don't have it, and the strategy is to co-create the open state. We have we need to cut it because unfortunately the moment of the government is to grow, and we have to link foresight point of view, and the other things is the technical and foresight capacities are very unequal, and we need four of them. The foresight without technical and political capacity can not be worked in the long term. So we need to think how we are going to do this education, post-graduation, and specialized education. One strategy to the purpose is to work in a standard curriculum on what we are learning on the global level about the exchange of systems of experiences around the world. We have seen several good things around. And the other matter is the independent culture of learnership. We have to learn best experiences. We don't have many research and evaluation about those perspectives, and that's very fundamental. Something that happens around the world, but it's more in Latin America. And the evaluation, the assessment of foresight are very short here in Latin America. They have several evaluations for it. We don't have people that work with foresight, and they overpass the assessment of the project, and that qualify this process. So the strategy is to consolidate a community that's dedicated to it, making assessment and public surveys. We have several values to add to this strategy. As mentioned this morning, we need to have this perspective to transform. I thank you, Pilar, and the team, because we have a relation and about these 6 conclusions that we spoke about leadership, the link with citizenship. So the excessive centralization takes us to think that the local necessity will be a protagonist for the futures of the perspectives of the future. And to have this lab is a way so we can take the future from the citizens' part. And also the representation of youth and women on the interregional justice. And we have to remember that those groups ensures our future. And also it's a development for this strategy linked to the ministries and academia, all the cycle of policies, so that would be connected with the necessity of the sector, with the anticipatory capacities, and that's what we observe. And in Latin America, this continuity is a destruction of capacity. Like the Brazilian case, we need to strengthen organizations that work with forecasts. The professional curve needs to increase. And that implies to pass through isolated experience on the organization culture. Fourth conclusion of integration is the low participation, the presence of civil society, and the recommendation for us to connect with the world, what will represent us in the future. And take factors that take us to strengthen the situation when we have just one element, and we have to have a good recommendation. And the perspective, the foresight of the teams, it's a joint effort that can help us on the decision-making process. And on the leadership and culture topic, which are elements that are continuous, because the idea is to insist in the policy system-based intersectoriality. And those recommendations in this environment are active situations as proposals, and on the other hand, on the other side, prepared organizations with institutionalized perspectives. That would be the challenge. Work with public leadership, interregional leaders. I believe that's an effort for this public hearing.
Thank you very much, Javier, for this presentation. As you said, it's a article, a paper that is gonna have a light that we are gonna share with all of you. For now, we have to highlight this panel group that are gonna have some questions to talk about this survey. And let's start with the message that we recorded by Subsecretary Ana Karen Vallecillo, Subsecretary of the Secretary of the Strategy of Honduras, that sadly couldn't be here with us. And let's pass for the panelists that are here. You can put on the screen. But good afternoon to you all, and all of the institutions that make this dialogue possible in this region. The results of the surveys are clear. The first site in the Latin American and Caribbean are fragile and not enough. And in a perspective that is dominated by the men, with the low participation of youth, and with the main goal to connect with the real life of these pictures. These are the first lesson that we have. The first sight cannot be a luxury from the rich people. It has to be something democratic in the society. We need more women, more youth, and more citizens that we can build our new society. We in Honduras, we learned that. We learn with the urgency that a lot of times we have an external dependency of, and a lot of times we follow plans, international plans that doesn't fulfill our reality. Today, I have the leadership of the Silvana Castro. We have the pathway with the tendency of planning of something that is not bureaucratic, but a social act, a sovereignty that has some dignity for our country. We reduce the poverty in more than 10% in 3 years. We created the strategic secretary. We have some territory in GDS. We have some informational states, and we gave our people for the interest in the external market. We have that is totally political, and we don't know if we want to opt to be a huge economy that wants us to find that in this multipolar world, and we wanted to we're not limited to participate in trends, and we we wanted to ensure a fiscal stability in our territory. So we have three commitments: the institutionalization of foresight as a focus of the human rights, to not only be on the paper but transform the life of people and ensure the sovereignty of data, which one that who control the information, control the future, a cooperation, a south-to-south cooperation with the youth, the indigenous community, to be a cooperation and collective hope. South American has to plan themselves with dignity, not only imagine for this possible future, but also build just futures. We have to do it together. Now I'm gonna pass the floor to our panelists that we invited to reflect about two questions. What results of the survey do you consider more reveal about the real state or the perspective of South American and Caribbean? What are the main goals to facilitate the barriers in this process? All the institutions and the capability for this perspective has a real incidence on the decision making. Now I'd like to start with Carlos Mendoza Alvarado, Planning Secretary and Programming of Guatemala. We share the microphone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for our colleagues from the invitation for this panel, and thank you once again for being here in Brazil sharing this with you. In this case of our comments, we have an instrument that we presented. Honestly, it wasn't very clear for me how was the design of the sample, because we talk about methodologies, but the design of the example, we wanted to be more representative about the population. And it was directed to the network of planning, and we over here we have a bias that we cannot pretend that this planning network, have a distribution between men and women in an equality way, and some different other groups, vulnerable groups, to some populational features. And this one we're gonna answer that we have also a bias for those one who want to participate in these topics. So honestly, I would not give it a lot of weight on this. The conclusions that we have from these features of people that answer the survey. And now here we have the first for the discussion of the methodology, and after that, precisely because we have this vision, is because it's more represented for the government people, the government people, that we use this kind of tool, and people who are in the academia, and also connected to a different way on this planning ecosystem and this perspective environment. I believe that reflects the problems that we have, not only for for a lot of different things. We talk about the difficulties of coordination, interinstitutionalizations to achieve a main goal, and that happens in other areas of projects that are taught for the reduction of poverty, or new initiatives that could be, for an example, the matters of innovation labs that we are trying to drive in the countries. Another topic that we have over here is the common ground, that is the lack of a legal basis for us. Do this perspective when we are in the administrative and the planning secretary, and we start talking about innovation. A lot of our colleagues in our secretary ask what we have to do with that, how can we do that, what is the legal base for that, to have an innovation lab? Where do I have to go to do that? And in fact, they have the mission, and in this mission, in a shy way, the innovation lines that possible, the fruits of these interactions that we have constantly with these communities, that we have a specific article in a law that gave us the power to innovate a public policy and a way to do a planning of the future that is other different thing. But sometimes the civil servants are afraid to go to just to give this step that is new and it's not clear the way that the legal framework have. And answering those other two topics, I believe that the barriers are there. We have a barrier that we miss. We don't see the features that we talked before, and I have that also have a mental barrier on how the things were made in an inertial way, and thinking about all of the past problems that we didn't resolve yet, instead of thinking about the new problems that will still appear in the future. So I take care when I speak this, well, this sentence of Paulo Freire, because even if we have past problems that we still have here, we will have problems in the future that we still don't know it yet, and we don't have in our radar. And that's what we expect from these tools that allowed us to see it. But at least in some societies may seem as like the culture or some beliefs. And as a professor said, for the climate that we have, we are not used to planning, thinking about the future. And I would like to conclude with the comment, the capabilities that we need, and I believe that happens a lot because of the access of the tools and methodologies. And I'm showing all of the sources that you share with us because you believe the access of these tools that you are using, that once we start doing it, we will have a practical community. And because in these meetings that we have, we started to talk a language that is common to all of us, and that allowed us to see what is necessary to implement in something. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary. It's also good to listen to you, to have these important topics on the table. Let's pass the floor for Director General and Chairman Planning Institute of Jamaica, Wayne Henry. That is a reference of the region of Caribbean and all the Latin American about planning and foresight. So please, Dr. Henry, you have the floor. Muito obrigada. Eu vou falar em inglês.
Clark for the invitation to sit on the panel and to just help to amplify the Caribbean voice, as well as let me extend appreciation to the government of Brazil for hosting us in this wonderful city, Brasilia. As Javier highlighted, the most revealing aspects of the survey would be the paradox of emerging momentum and yet the fragile foundation, if you will. On one hand, it's significant that nearly 70% of surveyed organizations are engaging in some form of foresight activity. Means that the activity itself is not marginal, is no longer marginal. But on the other hand, in terms of institutionalization, it's still uneven. It's heavily concentrated at the national and academic levels, while local governments, communities, and the youth are underrepresented in utilizing and utilization of foresighting. Less than 2% of the responses came from young people, as we heard, raising the risk of foresight becoming technocratic and detached from the very actors whose futures are at risk. Equally revealing is that foresight is often applied for internal institutional dynamics or compliance with international standards, rather than arising from societal demand or participatory calls. And this weakens the potential to become a genuinely democratic and collective exercise. In the Jamaican perspective, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, which I represent, we piloted a foresighting exercise in 2018, and the focus group participants highlighted and flagged similar tendency towards short-term, reactive, or what we call the firefighting approach, and a lack of deeper societal ownership or long-term planning. And the lesson was that foresight must be embedded not just in technical processes, but in inclusive dialogues that engage civil society, community, and the youth. What have been the main enablers and what have been some of the hindrances, barriers? And so across the region and reflected in the reality in Jamaica, few enablers stand out. And these include one, where we have champions and buy-in from leadership, particularly political leadership and at the institutional and at the agency level. It gives legitimacy, it gives visibility to foresight initiatives. Two, consistent generation of credible and timely forecast. We know there's a difference between forecasting and foresighting, but then as persons get more comfortable with the accuracy around forecasting and the credibility of forecasting. So the Planning Institute of Jamaica, again, we do a number of forecasts for the country and also internationally, regionally, in various trends, social trends, economic trends, some climate projections. And as the actual measures come out, and there is that close link between what has been forecasted and what eventually comes out, the credibility builds. And people begin to get more comfortable around the thought of futures and beginning to planning for the future. We think that's been very important. Third enabler we've seen is networks of practice. For Jamaica, the integration of foresight in existing frameworks, such as our long-term plan, Vision 2030 Jamaica, or National Development Plan, and its associated medium-term socio-economic policy framework, what we call our MTF, and that mechanism by which we operationalize our long-term plan. We measure in these 3-year cycles to keep relevant, to monitor progress. That has helped to ground future-oriented analysis in established development processes. And we think that's very important and helps to embed, in the present reality, this long-term strategic thinking. Fourth enabler we see is greater recognition of enterprise risk management, ERM, as a foresighting tool. And so since we developed and have been promulgating throughout Jamaica the ERM policy framework over the last 10 years, we've increasingly applied not only ERM techniques, not only as a compliance tool and risk control, but as strategic foresighting instrument to strengthen institutional resilience and long-term planning, and by making more informed and optimal decisions based on prior performance. And again, we think it's easier to embed and to have that promulgated throughout the public sector because of this increasing reality. And fifthly, the regional and international facilitation and knowledge sharing. And we've seen that leveraging of expertise through partnership with ILPES, ECLAC, other development partners. We've found that has helped to strengthen our own domestic capacity for foresighting. We hope to do even more, and we look forward to what's coming. And we think this is the right time. We've recently had our elections in Jamaica, our general elections in early September, and we have a raft of younger ministers coming into government in cabinet, junior ministers, and younger parliamentarians. And I think a lot of them, very bright and want to make their mark. We think it's an important time to engage them as a younger cohort of the political directorate to see some the sort of engagement and buy-in. Some barriers to foresighting barriers, what we've noticed, one is that general thinking institutional silos, and we've heard it throughout the day, where we tend to think, almost operate in silos, sometimes because of the difficulty of short timelines, the difficulties of limited budgets, having to get through a lot in a short time, and the engagement and the time necessary to ensure coherence, to ensure proper collaboration. Sometimes that's not there because of the tight deadlines, and you have to be very deliberate. But we found that the silo-based thinking, limited cross-departmental collaboration, make it very hard to sustain foresight practices. Secondly, again, an issue we've heard Javier mention, also Carlos, the issue of capacity and retention. Sometimes it's hard to attract in some cases, but even when you attract, to retain the skill sets, right? The persons who are trained and exposed, and when also when the international development partners especially back up the Brinks truck. The Brinks is the armored car that carries all the money, right? When the money is offered, it is hard to retain, and people migrate. The high migration patterns in the Caribbean, I think, among the highest regions affected by brain drain, the loss of skilled personnel. A third barrier would be trust and participation gaps. Civil society, while they acknowledge the role of and leadership role of the government in some areas, some agencies, they stress the need for better coordination and outreach. In Jamaica, we have low social capital, where sometimes civil society doesn't trust the government, so we don't trust each other. And sometimes if you bring things that are relatively new or novel or innovative, people begin to be resistant and distrustful because of a lack of trust in terms of just understanding. What capacities are essential, and let me close and speak to quickly, to have real influence of foresight in decision making? One, and goes without saying, institutional capacity, where we have dedicated foresight units or champions of change within our institutions. If you can have that institutional capacity built, if you can have human and methodological capacity, where you have training of staff in diverse methods, scenario building, horizon scanning, decision thinking and backcasting. We've had technical specialists in our own entity that have been exposed, and as again, how do we scale up that exposure, that capacity, and then how do you hold on to that? We've been instrumental in building capacity, especially with support from ECLAC, ILPES, when we look at post-disaster needs assessments, and we've been doing PIOJ, the training throughout government, and then we've found the same things. When we invite partner agencies, some of the persons we trained are gone themselves. They have left. And then you have to now retrain and again try to build that capacity. And then how do you encourage generational renewal? By engaging young professionals, particularly even at the community level, to build capacity at the community level. Sometimes it's good enough we can have capacity at the federal, at the high level, even in the corporate private sectors, but then when you get at the NGO levels and the communities, it's more difficult to build that capacity. But we think that would be an important capacity to build. And then, of course, greater sensitization among the public and on the implications and potential of foresighting. I think that's going to be important. Again, demonstrating the usefulness, the verification that this is extremely, and I think the stage is already set because of the raft of uncertainties that we are seeing, what we call this era of polycrises. People are wondering, and then when planning comes in with that sound footing that helps to identify, helps to quantify, helps to delineate risks and futures, I think that helps and helps to build confidence that says this is something we posited as a possible future, and this is how we've positioned ourselves. Participatory and networked capacity is a final point that we think expanding foresight beyond technical staff to include not just civil society domestically, but members of the diaspora. We've been trying to tap more into our diaspora because we are beset with the challenge of persons leaving, and you are building outside of the country strong diaspora networks. How do you leverage those? Who most of them love the region. People who have left the Caribbean, they're still, and the remittance flow is extremely high. They are still engaged. Some of them are planning for their retirement. Some of them are planning for generations to come. And so how do you tap into that interest? How do you tap into that wealth of knowledge, capacity, etc.? And we think as we build that capacity even outside of the country, that would be very helpful. And then finally, building regional and global learning networks. so that national foresight is not just is not isolated, but linked to broader anticipatory governance practices. The Jamaican experience, we think, shows that foresighting can spark optimism and creative thinking. However, it reveals that without strong institutional champions, without wider participation and clear pathways into decision-making, foresighting is at the risk of remaining a one-off exercise. For it to really guide public management, it must evolve from a specialist tool to a collective exercise in imagining and co-creating our desired future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments. To mention Jamaica topics. Those are challenges that are very big on your region. Now give the floor to the President of the Regional Councilor of Planning, Deputy Minister of Planning and Public Inversions of the Ministry of Economy of the Dominican Republic. It's an exercise that we are following very closely, and we really are willing to know this experience. Thanks so much, Valeria. On this position of president, we don't have more knowledge than the rest. So, okay. Thank you for the Brazil administration to organize today's journey, and greet everyone for this strategy 2050. I would like to talk about the results of the survey. What draw my attention, the most important, not surprising. The survey is for diagnosis. I would like to see something that I have to do and the foresight, but not as a purpose of strategy, but as a diagnosis. 70% of the organization have foresight, and its majority, and they don't use the tools of diagnosis. That's something that we have to have forecast, that have to have a strategical purpose. This is the spirit of the Latin America countries, of unhope. Everything needs to be right now on their perspectives, to see the necessity in 20 years, and they need to be solved now, next year. So I believe that it has a space to capacity building for all levels, not only the public sector, but also in society. Let's say to have an awareness of the foresight as a strategy of development. In particular, the survey, as Carlos mentioned, this survey do not have a scientific collection that's very big, but shows the results that are linked to the people that are on entities that have forecast, foresight. And I believe that the affected results by risks, the low rate of the youth, because they don't answer. And many of them are doing foresight, but they don't know about it. They are working for the last 20 years because they are told so, but they don't know why. And in reality, it's not a bad result, because the results of the survey reveals that if that would be a company of a private sector, we are going to see that there is a lack of training. We have several people that are over 50, not many young people, and it's majority said that didn't receive any training. So the market's done. So that's one of the actions that we need to do, to extend capacities to all levels of the public sector, civil society, and the territory level. The capacity do not generate in the entities of planning, and sectorial organisms, the Ministry of Education and Health. They need to plan a foresight of each sector and the land part, the territorial part. What I want to mention about the Dominican Republic experience with the development strategy as the main revealing process. Something that helped us was the norm of planning of development that organized us to have a long-term vision. It's a public policy feature that's done in some periods of the government, and also an instrument that has a social intimacy. And I was very pleased to watch Brazil's strategy being presented because our process of the strategy followed something that was very similar from the foresight study that we made, and also the consultations that we have with this population to decision making. Those are instruments that validate and take us out of the demographic way and achieve and allow the society to have opinions, to have strategies, and that's very important. As an axis or an obstacle, we are in the landmark, legal landmark. We have some political factors in short-term strategy that's a big obstacle for the national strategy of development. The implementation of the plans on the long term, the government's plans that sometimes also suffers with its changes, capacities for foresight and decision making that, as I mentioned previously, to create platforms of dialogue and collaborative work between the state, private sector, academia, and organization, take to the practice the foresight subnational level, not only in the central administration and the sectorial activities. The important thing is just institutionalize the perspective so it has a purpose, so the institutions can have a systemic way to approach and to create capacity in all levels. That's a mechanism to strengthen public policies and also strengthen citizenship and establish this short-term system. The governments don't work like that. They are desperate. For many years, experiences problems and gaps and necessities, and they demand quick answers. So let's see that we have to have this capacity in the long term. So that's it because of the time. Thank you. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you so much to show the importance of the strength of the foresight capacity in the subnational levels. That's a region requirement. Now let's give the floor to Carolina Paredes, head of the department of the Ministry of Economy and Finance from Paraguay. Carolina, you have the floor. Good afternoon to you all. I'm sorry that I don't speak Portuguese, so I speak in Spanish. Thank you so much, CEPAL, LIPES, Brazil government for organize this seminar. We are very happy to hear so many people talking about the perspective to think about the future. I'm very thankful to be here. Thank you so much. From the survey, I believe that the results in the Paraguay's case, we have these regional gaps. Work in the forecast. They are retired, and we have many things to do. Institutionalization law in public sector, and I'll talk about the Paraguay's experience to connect to the previous panel. First, I'd like to tell that Paraguay has 60 years of experience in foresight. We had a secretary that had several planning, annual planning, and we had a period that we concentrated in sectorial plans, social plans, economical plans. Recently, 2014, when we returned to focus on development, Paraguay's development 2030 and 2021, we updated to lesson learned on this process, and we have growth indicators, and we had a participative process with institution and academia. In 2023, we had the Ministry of Economy in Paraguay, where the function of 3 institutions, the Technical Secretary of Planning and the Ministry of Economy. So with this new plan, the department is on the same entity and other process as we had the data of the National Census of Population. New census on rural area. So with these moments and understanding that the National Plan of Development of were in a medium term, we decided to build the regional plan 2050. And as my colleague Javier said, we in October 20th, the plan will be published, so I cannot comment with you. As my colleague from Brazil, we also had some training. We asked people, what do you want from Paraguay 2050? And what barriers do you have and solutions do you propose? So with all these resources, we took it to the office. We have the support of the United Nations with important topics like energy, human capital, and institutionality, public health. And we identified the global trends. And as we mentioned this morning, and also we put that available so everyone can participate. So we create a platform of participation for the citizens, explaining everyone's experience, and replied with UNIDP help for development. We had some contacts and replied on this web platform for Paraguay, and it's still active at this website. I cannot mention many things because it's closed, it's a secret topic. And now we talk about the national plan of 2050. We are going to have it with the Minister of Economy presenting it and indicated what they're going to present. They will represent each one of the pillars. We have 4 of development, and 4 leaders are going to talk about those pillars to give a validation. And so this plan, we can go forward, and not just a technical plan. I talked about the plan, the stages. As Valera mentioned, we have a short time. I would like to thank again for this space, the value of this forum. We learned a lot of things. I'd like to comment that I really like to go ahead on technical cooperation of these methodologies of assessment. For example, Peru colleague showed the dashboard. It's very interesting to have this exchange of knowledge and to share those lessons, those experiences of other nations. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Carolina. We'll be aware of the launching of the plan of Paraguay. So please, we had the opportunity to follow the process of alignment of the 23rd plan with the SDGs. That were a very beautiful initiative for us. Thank you so much to you all. The questions from the audience. If anyone would like to make a question for the panelist or the previous one, I have a hand here. Please, can you introduce yourself before making your question?
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure. I greet all of you. I'm a director of strategy of planning of the Secretary of Guatemala. I have only one quick question. How can we do the legitimate dialogues thinking about this kind of strategies that we are talking about multi-level in Brazil 2050 in these times of politician polarizations, as we see of extreme polarization, and say that the world is with this come and go with the civil society? This is a very great question. Let's listen to two more questions before we go back to the panelists. The data that you talk about the lack of capacity being, who are the people that are involved in that? Who are the responsible for this? How are you having this structure about the administration? If it's synapse, I know they have an important role on this kind of information. Thank you very much for this question. I have a question for the previously panel. I want to know, in the case of Brazil 2050, what were the costs of all of the things the minister showed us, because now we're gonna do our update on our national plan. First thing they're gonna ask me is how much does it cost if we want with this participation, how much is gonna take for that, how much it costs. And the same thing for the Paraguay colleague, that she may have the cost as well. Let now pass the floor for this first panel. But so you have only 2 minutes each to reflect about these questions, and then we're going to conclude this panel, inviting the colleagues of Brazil to conclude with these questions. So let's start with you, Carolina. You have 2 minutes. The cost, exactly cost, I don't have it, but we started on July of last year. and we are going to the record speed. Sometimes we work into the weekends to have all of the proposal, but we made all of some employees of the ministry to reduce some costs. We did some courses in universities. We rented a hotel. All of the things that we could do to help us on decrease the costs we did. But the real cost, I don't have it. Thank you very much, Carolina. Martin, if you want to keep on going, I have 2 minutes. Well, the question of the polarization that the colleague from Guatemala asked, I believe that sometimes these spaces are space to for the things are working and be a way to connect all of the ideas that we have, because those are people who are who keep doing keep going and being radical, and people who believe that we cannot convince them because they are radicals, and because we cannot convince them. But usually most of the people are gonna be in a non-radical part, and you're gonna start eliminate these radical ideas. And I believe that this political polarization that we have in a world level, doesn't 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 make us not believe on that we have methodologies to get this consensus. And about the time, I believe that in the National Strategy of Development, we took a lot of years. I don't know about the costs because we have supports of technical assistance of international organisms and other studies that we already done. So I believe that it will depend on the needs and the availability that we have. Dr. Wendell, please. Dessa alavancação dos parceiros, sobre a polarização, você tem.
So Jamaica started in maybe 2010 and did a fiscal austerity program, fiscal consolidation, which meant wage freezes, which meant different aspects in a macroeconomic context that the country had to buy into. And because of the relative low trust, because of the difficulty of the heavy lifting in communication and buying, we leveraged that quite a bit from our international partners. So we would even blame, we said, the IMF says, we said, the World Bank is making us do it. But the truth is we bought into it as a government, as a public sector, but we had to build that sort of trust, and we leverage the capacity of others. So one is getting that middleman, if you will, quote unquote, to help to build trust, and also leveraging the capacities they bring. One capacity is best practice, because you have a larger footprint. You can say this worked. It worked in Nepal, it worked in Guatemala, right? And given the Jamaican context, if we tweak it for the nuances, it can work. So that helps a lot. In the issue of institutional capacity building, in some cases, we have a Management Institute of National Development, what we call MIND, that does public sector training. So instead of trying to go to entities, we bring key stakeholders under one roof, and whether virtually or in person, we develop some certain modules for capacity building and training. And in some cases where we can do curriculum development that can get it embedded, particularly at tertiary levels, then that helps in terms of the capacity building. We still have that challenge of people going off in terms of brain drain, but it still helps to build in terms of as many warm bodies as we can.
Thank you very much. Carlos, por favor.
Para que Javier esté
com a cooperação da Espanha para oferecer to offer the labs of the future in the territory, and we are gonna start it in Guatemala definitely, and we are having an opportunity that opened for us. With the presidents, we are visiting all of the departments of the country, and today I saw that TEPEN, the third department, and we are working with the government. They are selected with the president of a topic that talks about the civil society. In each department, we are elaborating not a plans of development. There are more elaborated, but strategy agendas of public investments, and that is when we need to insert the chip of perspective, and it should be an national institute of public administration that should have capacity building for the employees in a level of the department, and the other on the others on a national level, but in the curriculum that should be very specific. We have a challenge of collaborations to start in this moment, to have in the curriculum all of this agenda of foresight. And in the case of the Secretary of Planning, we are still on the phase of capacity building to be ready to advance in the steps of this the foresight agenda, because we still don't know, because the community and the citizens, and they have a foresight. From the defense, we have other foresight, and we have some different scenarios. So what we have is to have in the center of the debate the importance of these tools. Thank you very much, Carlos Javier. Okay, now I'm gonna speak only in the final statements. So the colleagues from Brazil, you wanna take the floor to answer the question? The colleague from Guatemala, it was a very interesting exercise that we saw the we have the values. They are related of something that is external from the government. It's about 5 billion reais, like $1 million, but the hiring of studies on the consult outside of the government, and this doesn't identify the cost of the government and participations like IPEA, and because there is still a cost that is involved, but there is the support and the dialogues that we have between the states. But we have some costs that is not, we cannot value, like we use the platform of Brazil Participative, because it's a platform that is a free use for those who work in the government, but this external of the consultants and studies is around $1 million. Thank you very much for this answer, that it was very clear and precise. How much do we have? How many time do we have? 1.5 years. So I'd like to ask for a round of applause for these panelists. Thank you very much. And let's pass the floor to Sheila to conclude. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank once again to all of those panelists, and let's take a picture. Thank you very much. Now we're gonna start the conclusion of this event. We now invite present here Javier Medina Vasquez for the final remarks. I have a conclusions that are fruitful of all of the quality that we have here today. We have a critical uh, of we have a critical situation that I'd like to comment some of the lections that from what we saw here. We started with the opening session and we noticed that the institutional will and the fact that this topic is part of the agenda that is fundamental for the institutions that we invited of the development as the Banco do Brasil and IDB and the Ministry of Planning and so on. And that's not because it's not good new news, because there was some times that we couldn't get together, and that is very important. And secondly, we have a conference that we saw an overview that Catarina showed us of some point of view, international point of views, and as a presentation with a lot of concepts. And if we can summary, and we see that we think about this triangle of the leadership and the straightening, institutional straightening, and also that we have for the needs that we have. That is a value lesson and would be fair. Have this triangle with the elements of implementation with different systems and foresight ecosystems that foster something for us to go ahead in this conclusion. So we can have a collaboration that Brazil could have this work that Peru already did and Paraguay, and I believe that it's worth it to accelerate it with these virtues that we have. And about the topics of border, and to insist in this matter. And over here we have all of the matters of the Europe Union. And we also have dessas instituições in institutions and services that are very relevant. And also we saw something that it seems like we could work a lot in this platform with the specialists of the forum, World Forum, because before in this perspective we have
all this amount of information that we have to process and have implications, and will have implications. There are lots of information when we enter in this field. We have a lot of topics to work with every day. So we have to process over 300,000 of papers, and the velocity to its process, and to have this question: what implies to Latin American for this region, this information? So this is the topic that we have to work and learn jointly. And I believe that suggestions that we got were very rich and taught us something that's very relevant, like Francisco Gaetani. It's a remarkable person in Latin America and transformation of the state. And we had several lessons for the reflections for this process, how to take to a strategical level on the state. Well, after we had the panel of the anticipatory governance, we saw the experience of Peru, the instruments and the application of the dashboard, and the monitoring segment in a level of detail that's impressive. CEPLAN took a long time working on high and low periods, and there is accumulation of information. In the last period, they got a fundamental qualitative jump. The Peruvian experience had a lot of interesting moments, and it works. It could be done for the future in a real step for learning. And Stefania, also representative from CAFE. And in the development, we can have this foresight culture. In the Brazilian case, BNDES just found with CEPAL a school of governance, of governance development. That first promotion will be in Santiago. It's very interesting because it seeks to connect with the real process. And we'll have on Friday the Northwest Bank of Brazil. We have their experience, so it's very exciting to know that we have this process of reflection and action. And it was very clear the reconfiguration of CAFA. On the other hand, the experience of Camila Branco, the case of the environmental case, so it works. So in this panel, we could conclude that the Latin American and Caribbean experience are a reference in this relevant scenario, and we have a lot of positive lessons. On third panel, Brazil 2050, it was surprising. We had this holistic view of the work, and as mentioned, they are very hard topics to conciliate. The communication around 3 Rs, the organicity of the methodology to take all the steps, and the state that can outsource, and how the institutionalization process could be done. It's a commitment that Brazil took to monitoring those capacity on the development, and they have three courses in Portuguese about territorial resilience and the methodology to evaluate the costs related to the disasters. So this topic, the foresight of territorial disasters, and something that's a rich experience, and it's a good time to show pathways to other countries. In Latin America, we always suffer with natural disasters. So every day it's a puzzle. So I believe that at this moment it's very important to have Brazil with this strategy. And the elements that Luciana brought of IPEA, it's an intellectual branch that's very important of the economic leverage of Brazil, and this alliance, this necessity to take the following step ahead, and they are very important. The same thing that UNICEF and Dr. Joaquim Gonçalves showed, representing, taking into consideration the intergenerational cost. And I believe that there are several interesting elements for public policies. And I would say that André Martinez is an expert of IDB around the fiscal topic. And I believe that worth to articulate with the network of systems of public debt, and we'll have a piece of the experience of the element in July in Antigua, and how to learn on the system of public monitoring and how we can have those foresights. On the last panel, with all the safeguards that we saw, we have several elements of large interesting experience of Guatemala, Jamaica, Honduras, Paraguay, and general discussion. So to have as a conclusion, I would say that we had an overview of the multiple phases that foresight has. When we understand that it serves to decision making and also is to leverage social players and the governance and the organization, and is also to the system of cultural exchange in education and cultural areas, to go to the future, to understand social exchange, and to the democracy. Then we see that something that's very deep, and the other parts, instrumental and training one, so have a lot to do in this context to train the current planners. We believe that in all the country where experience the aging of the population and the necessity to replace these conjunctions, there's the situation. So I believe that the role of the National Schools of Public Administration is central, because we have, like in Brazil's case, ENAP, it's impressive what they do around the platform. 700 courses that's for free, and they achieve millions of peoples in Brazil, and all the innovation lab, and that leverage the exchange and could be a very interesting reference. And we have this reference of the school. We have 10 programs of post-graduation in Peru. It's a very big field ahead for work. And with the South, there's a lot to do. For some reason, it's this cultural, it's more spread, like something in Paraguay, Argentina, Uruguay. We have a lot of reflection and to spread the experience on this field. So it's important. We have to set a foresight model that's basic. So give opportunity to people to train on this sector, to create a culture. And Luciana from IPEA can create a master's on it, but we have to have some basic training, because that's the one that allows the qualitative jump in deeper situations. And also, it's clear that only it should be to work with foresight depending on the institutional political context and the relationship with the leaders, multiple methods and multiple topics. So it's a very rich field. Then we cannot only have just one measurement. So I think that the topic of training and the agenda of foresight training, it's an element. The discussion validated, and it's important on the conclusion of the foresight environment. A foresight environment to exchange and accelerate best practices. That's the summary that I would like to give you. And I believe that it was a very rich event of high quality, and I'm happy that they recorded. And we hear that the protagonists in Latin America and Caribbean. So see you tomorrow. We are going to arrive with time to subscribe to accreditation, and our PC will have 3 moments: the opening part, and we have PAO executive secretary, and we'll present a regional document. Tomorrow we will know on first hand, and it was created with Andrea Benningen that will be with us tomorrow. And I believe that this documents about technical capacities, and it's support from CEPAL, and it's related to this topic related to technical capacity and how we can help on the training of planning for development. And discussing the topic and the presentation of the national agenda for governance of development that were led by Martin as the president of Dominican Republic that acts in several levels. And this process has 2 parts: a base document that's the essence, that's it's also got a document of alignment. So we have 2 elements, but in just one convergence. So that's the presentation that they will have tomorrow. It's related to the same work that we got. So in Friday we'll have the last debate. We have a table for cooperation to be able to implement the agenda, to not have only the theoretical part, but we can see how we can go forward. Let's see what can do with joint action and this agenda, how they could be implemented. We have several clusters, so about development, we invite institutions of planning, we invited a group of entities. We'll have several topics: the public innovation, open governance, territorial development, perspective, and on the other hand, the topics that could be a regional platform of the development of capacities, and Coursera that are with us. And when we finish this table, we'll have the final moment, the presentation of the financial report and the work agenda. And the idea is that we approved all the presented elements and a board of directors, and then how we are going to keep going with the work, and they pass through the governments of the Dominican Republic to the government of Brazil. So with this intensity, we'll have a very important agenda of work. So I believe it was a very successful day. Everything worked. Thank you for your patience. Congratulations to Flavia, the organizer of this craziness. Flavia, congratulations. Andrea, please. I have a secret, Marcia, behind. The secret, Marcia, sorry. CEPAL on the backstage. the infrastructure, and also the hired service that are here helping us. Virginia, where are you? Virginia, are you here? Oh, you're here. We didn't see you back there. Virginia, come here, please. I thought that you were the minister. Oh, perfect. Because I believe, Martin, please let's take this historical picture.
I don't know if we have the photographers over here, if we can take a casual picture. Let's take a selfie maybe. Okay. Well, and anyway, Flav and the team, Virginia, I believe that you work really hard. You are the best that we can have right now, Virginia, at this moment with us.